Oh, hell yeah. Glad you like the background. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hmm. YOLO. Live once. My niggas. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mer, 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 mer. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you're gonna bust my chops, huh? Bust my chops about that shit. Hey, man. You guys heard of Open Claw? It's basically it's like the dream AI assistant. Some dude fucking invented it like 2 months ago. I was just setting it up. Like the shit answers your questions. You can put whatever AI voice you want into it, and you communicate with it through WhatsApp, Telegram, or iMessage or Discord, and it literally will run. It will do anything for you. The only thing is though is you have to give it control over your computer. So like but it's also no, your time isn't off. I just no, there's no problems. Hmm. Oh, okay. I see. Up for you. Yeah, I'm glad. What's his name? He said that he liked the new flag. I do too. I'm quite partial to it myself. And what's really neat about it is, it doesn't have all the negative feelings associated with it or with the other one. Like people really don't even. I don't think they even really recognize that flag. I mean, and it actually is the Trans Mississippi battle flag. That's actually what it is. But the reason why I chose that one actually is because that's the Scottish saltire in the back, my dude. That's the Scottish. Let's fucking go. You bet your ass. Yeah, that's the Scottish saltire. Because it's blue, and that's supposed to be. You know how the Union Jack, the English Union Jack, is it's it's the three flags. It's the saltire, the damn it, live with the stream. Yeah, it's all three flags. The Irish flag, St. George's Cross, St. Andrew's Cross, and then I'm not even sure what the Irish one is. And that's the same thing with the Confederate battle flag. They chose that because all of those men were English or they were British stock. So they I'm just setting up Substack right quick. But they understood their heritage. A lot of people don't realize that flags by their very definition divide. They're made to divide. That's what they're made for. People don't realize that, and I was thinking about this when I started the stream, and I was like, the American flag cannot represent us because it represents, coloreds. They've been here since the founding. So it doesn't just represent Anglo-Saxon or Scoto, Anglo, or what, no, it's Scoto-Norman or Anglo-Saxon, it doesn't represent any of those, or it represents American. The Confederate flag, however, that we know that only represents a very specific ethnicity, and it ain't black. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't black, that's for sure. And that's why I chose it. But also, I did not want all of the because a lot of things won't let you upload that flag. You can't even fucking upload that shit on Canva, but you can upload the one with the Scottish saltire on the back or in the background. Where it's blue instead of red. The thumbnail. It's blue background with the red cross and the stars, as opposed to a red background with the blue cross. And what's going on there, Rowan? I just like, last night I was thinking, yeah, I got to do a stream this weekend because that one cut off on Friday or last night was bullshit. Like that pissed me off because I just was on a roll. You know what I'm saying? Like it sucked. I was going all over the place too. I was like hitting up like forest, forest cycles and stuff. Like, bro, I was just riffing it up, dude. Man, bro, I could cover a whole gambit of topics. I do on a regular basis. Stuff like that all the time. Talking to other people. Hell no. Yeah, I don't want to go to a war with them either. I mean, yeah, hell yeah. I'm glad you guys feel that way about the flag. Now, has it been confirmed that Khamenei's dead? Is that confirmed yet? Because I know that Israelis are already bragging and shit, but I mean, it's the same thing with the nuclear, the one 8 months ago. It was like after it's over, it's like, well, if nothing happens, it's like I'm not gonna bitch about nothing happening. You know what I mean? It's like you just kind of okay, it's moot, walk away. But I do agree with Tucker. Like man, they were feeding us the same damn script they fed us in 2003. I remember the night that Baghdad that there were bombs over which is an Outcast song, but bombs over Baghdad. I remember seeing the night vision camera. It's like that green, that phosphorus green, and you just seen doom 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 in the background, the fucking the lights going off from the explosions. Yeah, I was at my grandparents' house. Spending like a Friday night. We were watching the fights or something, and my grandfather flips it over to he flipped it over to it's Fox. Yeah, I was all over the place. Yeah, but I like to do that. So, I like to go wherever wherever I want to go. Wherever it takes me. Oh, he's dead. No shit. Because they were saying no, he's fine. No shit. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna bitch about a victory. I mean, but it does like I'm not happy about it that they pulled that shit because it's like, yo, man, you can't just you can't just decide we're going to war whether we like it or not as the people. Like, dude, you can't do that. You keep doing that, and you're going to rue that day. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. It's that simple. Like you're not just gonna keep throwing us into wars. You know what I'm saying? And like I was arguing with a dude, Victor Davis Hanson's stream this morning. I was in there for like 5 minutes, but this guy was so low IQ. I just was like, bro, no, I'm not. I'm not even listening to your stupid ass. You're dumb. Like, the guy was legitimately dumb, bro. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, okay, you are literally the reason why this country will be defunct before the century's over. You are a walking black pill. See ya. I was like, Chuck Deuces and out of there. Like, bro, no, I'm not hanging out to word fence, tongue fence with some fucking troglodyte. No, I'm good. Got better shit to do with my time. I was an idiot. He's like, oh, like this is like it's a good thing and this and that. Like, I'm just like, bro. And he's like, as soon as you said Israel was the belligerent in the region, I tuned out. I'm like, yeah, that's because you're a fucking retard, bro. Because they are the belligerent. They've they've done nothing but preemptive strikes, man. Those are called surprise attacks. Like that's some underhanded evil shit. That's not good stuff. That's not stuff to be happy about. I mean, like, bro, oh wow, yes, bro, I thought it, bro. Nick's live, bro. Yes, I don't know why I had this fucking feeling, bro. I was like, yo, Nick's fix. I bet you he goes live from what's going on tonight. Bet you he goes live. Sure as shit he did. Let me go ahead and switch change the name up right quick. We'll do the old Nick Fuentes live. So actually get a few, get a decent stream going. That is my source of income at the moment. So, like, really, the Nick Fuentes streams, they're good fodder, and they bring in a few bucks every day. So it's fun. I like that. It's I'm not making a shit ton of money, but it's like, it's an income. It's better than no income, I'll tell you that much. See here, man, what, bro? And I literally started the stream, perfect timing, just enough to say what's up, fellas. Dude, that is so dope. Oh yeah, yeah, it's live. He's not on yet, but he said he's live, so it's probably just a delay or whatever. Fuck yes, dude. So such so clutch. That's what's up. Yeah, actually, I'm actually really excited about that open claw that I was talking about a few minutes ago. Like, dude, it is impressive, man. You know what I'm gonna do? Going to get it's I'm gonna make it it's a personal AI assistant.
Really only so big it's
Oh yeah, what's up there, JQ? Yeah, Nick decided to go live. Yeah, I'm gonna do commentary. I'm not gonna be quiet. I mean, that's the whole point of this. It's an Iran. It's a war stream, dude. This is a
somebody does not murder Charlie Kirk because they voted for Kamala Harris.
Forgot. That shit will copyright if any music plays. Forgot about that for a second. I hate that shit. And you have to like share. It is pretty cool though. If you watch something that somebody else owns content and it's not fair use, they will they will split the difference. You'll get half the income. It'll say sharing revenue. So, that's better than them just like saying nope, you can't collect shit. That would suck. See, I'm trying to do Substack every day because Substack, believe it or not, has the sickest setup for live streams, dude. It runs the stream through an AI before or when it's over, I think. It You can download the entire transcript, and it pulls what it thinks are the best clips and puts the transcripts in there, bro. That if you guys have been on my X, that's what I've been posting on my X. Tell me that isn't dope. I didn't do that shit. It names it and everything, bro. That shit is off the hook, man. Yeah, well, I mean, I appreciate that, you know, and only gonna get better. I'm only getting better at this as I go. So I am. I really am too. It's not. I'm not bullshitting. I starting to really get a feel. I heard that fucking piece of shit. What is his name? Ben Gurion or whatever. He calls in to that Martha Raddatz or somebody who is streaming on YouTube this morning, and he's the Jew. He just sounds super Jewish. You can tell that he speaks Hebrew all the time. And he comes on and he's like, "Oh, this Iranian regime, they're the such and such octopus, the terrorist octopus." I'm like, "Bro, you propagandizing motherfucker." Like he's saying octopus over and over to freak people out, man. That's all that is, bro. That's a fucking psyop, man, and that shit bothers me, bro. These sons of bitches, they're gonna rue this day. They're gonna rue this day. They're gonna regret what they're doing, or they're going to regret it because we ain't voting another president in that's gonna be fucking hand in glove with fucking Netanyahu. That shit ain't happening, bro. No sir. Uh-uh. AILMs is like having a library of the world's. But yeah, it really is, man. And I bought a MacBook like a year ago, and I downloaded Olama and what is it, LM Studio, and I liked them, but I didn't really get the point. I didn't really see the possibilities. Then this summer, after I got injured and I was at home for a few months, I downloaded one and I realized, holy shit, this is what Google like was meant to be, or what everybody wished Google was when it first came out, where you just ask it any question and it fucking answers. Like, and I was just like blown away. Like, oh my God, I spent like 5 days. I think I stayed up for 3 days straight and literally just typed shit in and then copied and pasted into sticky notes and just read that shit for like 3 days. I made an entire calendar schedule, a weekly schedule to break down my time. I made a few scripts that would pull quotes for me every morning. Made a few scripts that would pull a few relevant poems every morning. And I also made scripts to for several other things like that. Although I haven't been sticking with them lately. The last couple of months, I've been a little bit busy with other shit. But this open claw, I'm telling you, you guys should look into it. Bro, it is no joke, man. You communicate with it through a messaging app, either Discord, uh, WhatsApp, Telegram, iMessage. There's like 15 of them. And you talk to it through the messaging app. And it will run scripts for what's crazy is I had my terminal open. Dude, it was as though I was using the terminal, but no, it was the app using it. The AI was using it because I mean it's wild, man. And I put in several different APIs. I put in OpenAI, I put in Gemini, I put in what is that, 11 AI or something like that, 11 finger or whatever. And so it's like an aggregate, several different, and it's actually a personal AI assistant. It's something that you can say, hey, go pull, uh, go pull this RSS feed, or go get me the last 3 RSS feeds from this podcast, and it will do it. It will fucking do it, bro. Can do all the web searching, and it will automate stuff too. You can have it do it at the same time every day. It also it has wake words. You can set the wake words where when it hears you say that, because it uses your microphone. When it hears the wake word, it starts it starts taking your shit down and as a request. It's amazing, and it has a CLI user interface, and it has a actually I could show you it right now. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm gonna show it. Hold on 1 second. Oh yes, dude, this is great.
Trophy
Saturday night.
tonight,
That's why he didn't do
and I wish
last
it
night,
was
bro.
under better circumstances. Normally, I'd say I'm excited to be here with you, but this is a very
No,
interesting turn of events. And tonight we're here with
who's
an
in for
emergency
honor?
broadcast, a special Saturday episode
How'd you
here on the
know?
weekend to discuss the historic, world-changing events of last night. I'm sure, as you all know, we are now living in a new world. As Oliver Anthony would say, we are living in a new
You're talking to
world.
me, right? In
Last
for
night, the
honor?
United States and Israel launched a joint attack against Iran. And make no mistake about it, this should be made
What did I
unequivocally
do?
clear
Or
right
how
now.
did you get that?
This
My
is a
name.
regime change war. That is what the president
Been a little
said.
bit loose with it
That is
lately.
what it is. And so the reason I say this is because
No,
last
yeah, it
year,
was because I put the
when Israel and the United States engaged
my
Iran for the first time directly, as they did in Operation Midnight Hammer and the so-called 12-day war in June of
a
2025,
little bit, but
it
I
was
haven't been
contentious
for
whether we called this a
a little
war
bit.
because of the
Really
end
careful
game,
already.
because of the
Much.
mode of attack, But what should be made clear is that we are now engaged against the Islamic Republic of Iran in a full-fledged regime change effort. And this is ours.
Yeah,
we
man.
bought this. We're in it.
We own it, dude.
This is our country now. This is the world.
Yep.
So tonight, we're going to get into
We're
all of
bound
that.
to
We're going to
it.
get
We have
into
to.
what is happening in Iran.
Such bullshit.
We're going to talk about the attack. We'll talk about the prelude to it. We'll talk about the actual operation. We're going to talk about Iran's counterattack, which seems to be mostly ineffective. And contrary to a lot of the hype from Iran itself and some of Iran's biggest defenders in the United States, there is not any meaningful pushback that has materialized. Just isn't there. Not from them, not from the axis of resistance. But we'll talk a little bit about their strategy. We're going to talk about the day after. It has been reported by the New York Times that this is expected to be a 4-day operation. That is a report from the media, so that's not 100%. The media is telling us that this will last for a little bit more than half of a week. However, the Trump administration says we are going to keep going. And it might be less than that, it might be more than that, but it depends on the outcome and it depends on the effect that it has on the Iranian regime. We're going to talk tonight about what happens the day after. When this operation concludes, what exactly is the outcome here? And we are being told, according to the president's statement last night, that the goal is to liberate the Iranians. Where have we heard this before? Very fresh concept. We will be greeted as liberators. You could call this Operation Iranian Freedom. And we are there to liberate them from tyranny by destroying their regime and leaving. And as history has shown in the Middle East, this always works. It always works, bombing and deposing an oppressive tyrant.
Right.
And then either staying or leaving. It's always as easy to do as it is to say, and there's never any fallout, never any unintended consequences. So we'll talk a little bit about what the end game is there for the Trump administration, what the plan is, if there is any, and what the prospects are for who will control Iran in the future. And that'll be our show. I'm going to lay it all out, and we'll try to unravel what exactly is happening here and where we're going. So that's going to be our show. Very excited to get into all of this with you. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. You can post your apology forms, or you can tell me how grateful you are for the show, for the predictions. You're welcome.
Messages the other night,
but be sure to leave a comment, smash the like button, subscribe. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store, and subscribe to our brand new subscriber website, AmericaFirst.plus. We have our actually new and improved website. Downloadable MP3s and RSS feed of the show. We actually have 5 episodes of the show free on the website with a very good video player. People say it's better than Rumble. So check that out too. AmericaFirst.plus. $100 a month, you get to be in a group chat with me. And we'll shill a little bit, but not too much, because it's a very serious occasion. Now, before we get into all of the news, before we get into the actual strikes and how this is playing out and where all of this is going, I have one thing to say to all of you, to all of the Trump supporters, to all of the Trump voters, to the plan trusters, to the Shabbos goys out there.
I knew it.
I really just have one thing to say to all of you, which is, I told you so.
Yep, load asshole.
I told you so. They said I was crazy when I predicted this 2 years ago. In 2024, I told you this is exactly what would happen. I have been saying it for years. I was laughed at. I was attacked. They called me crazy.
That's what he's saying.
Well, sometimes Chicken Little knows what he's talking about. And I told you so. I said a vote for Trump is a vote for a war with Iran.
I don't know what you're talking
and
about.
I tried.
I've never done
You
that
know
before.
that. I really did.
On its own. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I went out there in August of 2024, and I actually made the demand on Truth Social and on Twitter. I rallied my audience, my followers. And the call to action was clear. I said, we cannot, should not vote for Trump unless he commits not to bring us to war in Iran.
Well, what you're
So I
saying
took
is
a lot of
unless
flack
he
for
commits
not
to
voting. I took a lot of
out
flack.
Israel.
People said I flirted with supporting Kamala or the Democrats, or supporting them or voting them, that I had flipped, that I was in league with Joe Biden or something like that. But I made it very clear in August 2024. I said I am willing to vote for Trump.
glad
As a matter
God
of fact, I'd like to vote for Trump. I
Renege
said, but I
on
won't do
stream
it
tonight.
unless he makes a commitment not to bring us to war. And he didn't do that, and he couldn't do that because that was always part of the plan. Trump's ascendancy from the very beginning. And when I say the beginning, I mean 2016.
He sold his soul.
It was always part of this plan.
Well, he would be in prison.
This plan by Israel made decades ago, perhaps centuries ago, to terraform the Middle East and make it a place that is not safe for Israel, but make it a place that submits to Israel. This is about regional hegemony for that country. And they have used Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the MAGA movement as a Trojan horse for that agenda from the beginning. It was Trump that withdrew the United States from the original Iranian nuclear deal. It was Trump who assassinated Qasem Soleimani. It was Trump that bombed Fordo, Esfahan, and Natanz last year. And now it is Trump that is delivering what Israel has always wanted, what they have wanted this entire century, for the past 25 years, what they have tried to pressure every U.S. president since George W. Bush to do, and that is to once and for all confront and topple the Iranian regime, eliminating the last of Israel's rivals, and giving them free reign over one of the most important and consequential regions in the world, and that is the Middle East. That is the heart of the Rimland.
Yeah,
and Trump has done it, and he was always a part of that. So I do just want to get that out of the way because I think it's a little bit deserved. I told you so. I told you it happened like this. They said broken clock is right twice a day. Well, maybe I'm just a regular clock now because I think I know what time it is. Little bit better than anybody else.
Okay.
So now that I've gotten that out of my system here, we can talk a little bit about the conflict. And I'll start with, let's talk about what is happening. Let's talk about what happened last night. We'll talk about what is ongoing. And then I want to rewind a little bit and talk about how we got here, because that is actually the real story. The real story is the process. It is the long march to this war, which, as I said, has gone on for decades between administrations. In the Trump administration, the first time, back the second time.
Netanyahu.
We really need to talk about how we arrived here.
God better judge him
And
well.
partially why I remind people that I'm vindicated on this subject is because this is called establishing credibility.
What Nick posted.
How did I predict that this would play out with precision, with accuracy? How was I able to call the shot? Really going back to October 7th, but even through the election and recognizing Trump's role, through to the operation last year, and then predicting it would continue shortly thereafter, it is because I understand how this works. So it's not just for my own self-aggrandizement. It's not just for my own edification that I say this. Here's the point. Why was I able to predict that Trump would bring us to war in Iran and Trump voters did not?
They literally got rid of fucking segregation because of what the Constitution or the Declaration of the Constitution says. They use that as to get their foot in the door and to leverage it. It's like, no, those are just fucking aspirations, bro. Those aren't fucking...
Because Trump voters
those aren't rules.
Are part of the scam. They are suckers. They were tricked because they listen far too much to what is said online by influencers, which is effectively a form of soft lobbying. If you didn't see this coming, If you underestimated the possibility or the inevitability that this would happen, it is probably because your information diet, the opinion makers that you follow, this is an artifice which is put in front of you by special interest groups. Why was this not on your radar? Why did you underestimate the likelihood this would happen? It's because probably your timeline has been curated by an algorithm to show you a very particular perspective, a very particular frame of the Trump administration. And that frame is a scam. It is wrong. The reason I called it right is because I didn't follow Trump's speeches and his influencers and his cadre of soft lobbyists on social media. I followed the money.
Especially like Laura.
I followed the institutional capture.
Fucking go, bro.
I followed those associations, which are defining. And if you looked very closely at those things on a very specific timeline, it should have been obvious that this was inexorable. It wasn't going to go any other way. But like I said, more on that in a moment. We're going to start by talking about what happened last night. So last night, I believe it was a little after midnight Central Time, so it was maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. and Israel launched a joint strike on Iran. And many people saw this coming. It was pretty clear. Based on the military buildup in the Middle East, the deployment of 2 aircraft carriers.
We're all a little torn on it, bro. None of us are happy about it. We're just happy that it didn't turn out worse. Same thing with the nuclear shit.
USS Gerald Ford and the Abraham Lincoln, over a dozen destroyers. You had 50% of the U.S. deployable air power in the Middle East at the time that the conflict broke out.
From what I understand, we just used all of our munitions, and we will not have the munitions to fight a legit war for a decade. A decade it is going to take us to build up our stockpile so that we will actually be able to fight a fucking war. Right now, we're vulnerable as a motherfucker just so Israel could feel good.
The United States and Israel had made steps to bolster their defenses.
Bullshit.
They deployed missile defense systems like Patriot missile batteries and THAAD systems. The U.S. moved its troops out of harm's way, called on diplomatic personnel at embassies to evacuate. Israel opened bomb shelters. So it was very clear, as you know, that since those protests in January, about a month and a half ago, when the United States moved to deploy all this military power in the region, that we were moving towards war. And last night, we finally got it. And so the U.S. and Israel launched, I believe now the tally is over 1,000 airstrikes on Iran. It appears that the U.S. and Israel have suffered no casualties.
That's crazy.
They have complete air superiority over the western half of the country. They claim they will have air superiority over the rest of the country within 24 hours. The U.S. and Israel targeted regime targets, so centers of government, command and control, military leadership, fortified bunkers. They also targeted nuclear sites, and that's not just Fordo, Esfahan, and Natanz, which is where they enrich the uranium, but also Bushehr, where Iran operates a Russian-provided nuclear power plant. And lastly, they targeted, and this is the big one, regime military assets. So missile launch platforms, their missile manufacturing cities, where they actually have underground an entire city to build their missiles. The U.S. targeted their Navy, targeted their defense ministry, their intelligence ministry, the executive function of the military, and all the hardware.
Well said. No hope.
Very shortly after the strikes began, and rumors surfaced of this on social media, video was posted, the president made a statement. And I have to tell you, this was the most disturbing, surreal thing I think I've witnessed maybe since the COVID pandemic.
No, nobody's celebrating.
And if you saw this live, you know what I'm talking about. The president posted a formal address last night announcing the operation and discussing the goals of the operation and some expectations about what will happen. And he announced it wearing no necktie in a baseball cap that says USA
Yeah,
in
white
front of a
baseball
black
cap.
curtain by himself.
It was weird.
And without getting too much into this quite yet, because we will arrive there eventually, there is something particularly surreal when you measure and weigh the gravity of the situation and its significance for the United States. Obviously, the United States has been involved in the Middle East for a very long time, doing
Forever.
exactly this sort of thing. Regime change, proxy warfare, fighting
seem to get out of that
terrorism,
fucking
ostensibly, deploying massive amounts of air, sea, and ground power. And the entire conceit of this MAGA movement of President Trump, the whole reason we're doing this, nominally, this was supposed to be in opposition to the Iraq War and to the legacy of the Iraq War and all of the other associated interventions.
Dude,
Now we know
the asshole was trying to say, bro, they're helping the Iranians. I'm like, bro, if you think these people give a shit about the Iranians, you are, bro. Like I was like, I hate the law of averages because half of America is below average, and you, my friend, belong in that half. That's what I told the motherfucker straight up.
that the same
like,
people
bro,
that were
fuck you,
behind the
man.
war in Iraq,
You're a
they're the
walking
same
black
people
belt.
that have been beating the drum for war in Iran for just as much time. And they have tried to pressure many presidents into doing this, and they have moved the United
was the
States
only
closer to a conflict like this.
The only one that actually.
And
was
so
stupid
Trump,
enough to do
being
it.
the one who was supposed to challenge and oppose all of
He's
this,
like,
who repudiated
"We have a
it
president
and
that's willing
created
to
this
do it."
successful political movement, now to be delivering for the same people, repudiating those people
Like
and
that,
their agenda, for him
like
now
that
to be
grass.
serving them, delivering for them what they have wanted for so long. Number one on their wish list.
Love that shit.
It's actually disturbing. It's disturbing what it says about how our country works, whether we, the people, are still in control. Is this a government of, by, and for the people? Do elections matter? Does the popular will matter in our representative democracy, in our republic? If we vote to repudiate a policy, a foreign interest group, a special interest group, repudiate a particular agenda, and we get that agenda anyway, that war, those people,
we
regardless,
specifically said
what
no
does
war.
that say
Bro.
about the political state, the actual true political reality of the United States of America? If anything, it just verifies what Trump said from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Which is that we are no longer in control.
We're not sovereign
The
anymore.
people are no longer sovereign. And we knew that. That is something that we had always known and we had always suspected. This is confirmation. This is an illegitimate regime.
Dude, they are not
The
representing
Constitution,
us, bro.
representative democracy, our republic is effectively over.
They have
You can vote for a candidate that repudiates the global war on terror, the war in Iraq, regime change, someone that explicitly promises not to bring us into new conflicts.
And then they do it.
Someone that explicitly campaigns as the peace president, no new wars, and you'll get all of it anyway. We are in a state of distress. This is not a republic anymore. That's over. And the MAGA movement is surely dead, of course.
He's damn right.
But anyway, I digress.
In debt, and we're going
I
to
watched
war
the
for
speech last night, very uncanny and disturbing and strange. And you need to listen to the speech because the speech lays out exactly what this is. Trump talks about the entire history of U.S.-Iranian relations. He goes back to the 1979 Iranian hostage crisis, to the Beirut barracks bombing in 1983. He discussed Iran's use of IEDs and their backing of Shiite militias in Iraq. What is the purpose of all of this? What is the purpose of all of this history? Well, he is making the case, as they say. He is making the case, creating the pretext for a regime change war in Iran. And the message is simple. The Iranian regime, obviously Iran is going nowhere. The territory, the population,
the Iranian people,
they're not going anywhere.
You need to do
but this
something
regime,
this time,
which was thrust into power during the revolution in 1979, Trump is making the case that they...
And this was what I was saying when I was arguing with the guy. I'm like, bro, you do realize that Khomeini is the result of us fucking doing regime change, bro. We got somebody worse than the guy before. So how can you think this is a good idea? It's the same fucking script, man, and it's never worked. Like, I hate the shit.
An international pariah, a threat to the United States, an historic adversary of the United States.
Not a historic
and
adversary.
Therefore, that is why they have to go. So make no mistake about it. That rhetoric that he lays out in the beginning of the speech, that's a regime change speech. He is laying out the case. This is why the regime has to go. Mm-hmm. That's not a speech about nuclear weapons, missiles. It's not a speech about bringing them to the negotiating table. Obviously, that's a regime change speech. Further, he makes it even more explicit. He announced the targets of the strike. He said that the United States and Israel launched a joint operation targeting Iran's navy, its missile production facilities, and regime targets. He called upon the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the Iranian armed forces to lay down their arms or they would die.
Yeah, that was
He then said that upon the conclusion of the operation, he invites the Iranian people to emerge from shelter and to take their country back. He effectively said, I am giving you the opportunity. I am neutralizing the Iranian government and its military and the regime. And once we're finished, you will emerge and take back your country. And so every aspect of this speech is critical. He is making the case that the regime must be toppled, talking about destroying all of the regime's assets, killing all of their personnel, calling for a complete and total surrender. And in the end, after all that, calling upon the Iranian people to rise and install a new regime. So again, make no mistake about it, we have entered into a regime change war. Now, I am at war with Iran for decades. We have been in a state of war with Iran by every other means. We have assassinated their leaders. The Israelis have assassinated their scientists. With Israel, we have launched cyber attacks on their infrastructure, not just nuclear, but also other vital critical infrastructure. There has been espionage, industrial sabotage. We have gone to war with their proxies, like the Houthis in Yemen. We have launched strikes against their positions in other countries too. We have been in a state of war for a long time. But because the objectives of these other operations have been limited, people don't call it a war. They say these are operations to neutralize the nuclear program, or this is meant to increase our leverage in negotiations, or it's some form of a proxy war, and this is about rolling back their soft or hard influence across the region. Well, tonight, nobody can deny we are now engaged against Iran in a full-fledged regime change war. Now, what's more? As we discussed for the past couple of weeks, everybody suspected that we would eventually use this military power that is forward deployed against Iran. The question concerning that operation is what the goal of that would be and how it would be accomplished. Now, this matters very deeply because the kind of force that has been deployed into the region, as you have probably noticed, is a naval force and an air force. And that is the operation. It is a naval and an air operation. We have not invaded Iran. We have not put boots on the ground. We don't have special forces there. There has not been a major coalition invasion. We don't have people parachuting in. How this operation is being conducted is with missiles launched from ships and with air power. It is with our carriers, which bring the air power to the region. It is with bombers, which have been stationed in other countries. It is an air and sea campaign. Now, this creates a conundrum here because, again, if the goal is the maximalist objective, which is to topple the Iranian regime, we are going all the way. Again, it's not about degrading their capabilities. It's not about weakening them. If the goal is to exterminate the Iranian regime, we're going all the way and toppling them. It raises the question, how is that going to be done with air and sea power alone? We now have the goal. We also now have the mode. We know what the Trump administration is seeking, and we know how they seek to achieve it. But the problem that is created is that historically, you cannot achieve a regime change through air and sea power alone. Why is that? Because although you can bomb civilian government facilities, you can bomb military facilities, you can destroy the Navy, you can destroy hardware, anti-aircraft systems. On the other side of all of the bombing, there are still going to be 200,000 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps soldiers, and they will be armed. On the other side of this, you are still going to have, all in, about 1 million Iranian security personnel between the IRGC, the Iranian Armed Forces, and the internal security forces.
He's like coming, he's
you
having
can
a wet, this is his wet
decapitate,
dream.
you can cut off the head of the snake,
Well, he's been
you
waiting
can
2
kill
years for
some
this.
or half or all of the regime. You can blow up all of their major weapon systems. But on the other side of the bombing campaign, there will be a country of 90 million people. And the only apparatus in place to control those people with the use of force that is organized into a hierarchy behind an ideology with some semblance of legitimacy, with experience, it's going to be the very same Iranian regime. This is the problem. Blow up their navy, destroy their missiles, decapitate the leadership. There's a chain of command. Other people will replace the leadership. And again, destroy the big weapons. The small weapons are still in the hands of the army. And unless you actually have an alternative invading force, whether that is a U.S. ground invasion, an invasion from a neighboring state, whether you have proxies from inside the country, sectarian groups, separatist groups, anti-government groups, unless there is an alternative force that is armed, that is numerous, that is organized, and is able to communicate, and unless that group has legitimacy and can earn the support of the country, well, all things considered, on the other side of the conflict, the most likely successor to the Iranian regime is the Iranian regime. It may not be the exact same people, but it will be the same security apparatus. And so this is the big conundrum here. We have deployed all the air and sea power. We've launched the operation. And by all appearances, we are winning this war. By all appearances.
It's hard to bitch,
but appearances can be deceiving. If you watch the news, they report that there have been over 900 airstrikes, that the U.S. and Israel have air superiority in most of the country. We control the airspace.
That's wild.
We have assassinated the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Wow. We have assassinated some of the top military and civilian government leadership. We have probably, by the end of this, will have destroyed their entire Navy, all of their missiles, all of their missile production facilities, and so on. And this is the operation. It appears that we are winning. People are saying this is a great success. And they say that perhaps the American public and the world will get with the program and rally behind this when they see the outcome, when they see the effectiveness of it. But that is where we stand under 24 hours into the operation. Where will we be when the bombs stop dropping? Where will we be in a week? I want to get into this article from the Wall Street Journal. We'll just read through this and talk about some of the details. And we'll talk a little bit more about what has happened in the past 20.
Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, all of them are having their wet dreams today. And what's funny is Nick is too, but for the opposite reason. Like it's something, that he was right about and he's advocating against. But these they're ghouls, man. They're ghouls, dude. They're disgusting humans.
hours. Then we'll get into some of the timeline, how we got here, and then
Body
answering this question
snatchers,
where we're going. So this is from the Journal. It says, quote, President Trump and Israel launched attacks on Iran with the ambitious aim of bringing down the regime in Tehran, a goal that promises heavy use of force and which will rattle Gulf allies concerned about a wider regional war and instability on their doorstep. U.S. and Israeli forces went hard at Iran beginning early Saturday, attacking Iran's leaders and symbols of the regime, in addition to military assets that Iran would need to fight a war. Heavy strikes were expected to continue for days. Israeli strikes focused on high-value officials and Iran's missile capabilities, while the U.S. attacks went after military targets. In a speech posted on Truth Social, Trump said the strikes are weakening Iran's rulers and called on Iran's people to take the opening as a once-in-a-generation chance to topple the regime. He said, quote, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Don't let it pass. Now fighting for its survival, the Iranian regime launched a wave of missile attacks on U.S. military bases in some Gulf states as well as on Israel. Iranian missiles are headed towards bases in Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates. They've also been launched against Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraqi Kurdistan, and Israel. U.S. officials haven't yet outlined a plan for who would take control of Iran in the event that the regime falls, or how to avoid a chaotic power struggle among factions within the Iranian regime and its divided opposition. So this is what you need to understand about the dynamic here. And this is very important. We have to understand the security situation between Iran, Israel, and the United States.
Welcome.
Israel has been principally concerned with Iran's nuclear program, its proxies, and its missiles. Now, more on this in a moment. We'll get back into this equation here. This war, unlike last year, is specifically focused on Iran's missiles. Last year, the U.S. and Israel took out Iran's nuclear program. We destroyed their biggest centrifuge facilities. We apparently made their stockpile of highly enriched uranium inaccessible. Arguably, we set back the program several years, and we increased Iran's breakout time from when they might decide to make a nuclear weapon to when they acquire one from weeks to possibly years. And so we neutralized that deterrent capability of Iran. In this war, we're going after their missile program. Iran has built thousands of ballistic missiles, which are being intercepted as we speak, but if launched in a surprise attack in large enough volleys, may not be able to be intercepted. And so this is the only military capability that Iran has to defend itself. Its air defenses, its air force, its navy are completely inferior to the United States and Israel. However, it is their mass production of cheap ballistic missiles, and they source components from China and Russia, and they're making hundreds of them all the time. It is this massive stockpile and capability to mass produce missiles which truly threatens Israel and the United States. If Israel and the United States engage in operations, and you're seeing it today, Iran can launch missiles, and not all of them, but a small percentage can actually strike at Israeli and American civilian or government sites. And this is the only capability that Iran has. That's sort of their only resort if Israel and America attack. So the purpose of this war, what Trump said specifically in the speech, is to destroy their capability to make missiles and destroy their missile stockpiles. Now, this gives us some clues here because, again, when you think about the kind of force that is deployed in the region and the goals, it doesn't work. We're bombing the big stuff, but in 4 days, in a week, in 2 weeks, when this is all over, who is at this point the most likely contender to take power? It's not going to be the Iranian people, because the Iranian people are not organized, they're not armed, They don't have backing from a superpower patron, or at the minimum, coordinating with them on the ground. Have to assume some of that is happening, but we haven't seen any real movement take hold, least of all in the protests last month. So the people cannot spontaneously get together and form a new government. If that's the case, then in a week or 2 weeks' time after the bombs start dropping, the only force that is even capable of picking up the pieces, of enforcing any semblance of order in the country, will be the same security apparatus as before. It's going to be the Revolutionary Guard. It's going to be the armed forces. It's going to be the besieged. Now, perhaps the Trump administration is counting on the survivors of this attack being more pliable. Very similar to Venezuela. What did Trump do in Venezuela? Well, he picked up Maduro, and the vice president, the second in command, just filled his spot. We didn't even necessarily destroy their entire military. We didn't destroy their armed forces.
It's not muted.
We killed about 100 palace guards, Cuban intelligence, and Venezuelan security forces, kidnapped Maduro, in the hopes that the successor, who was a part of the same apparatus, would be more open to negotiating. And they see what happens to the president. They see what the United States is capable of, and they realize that you can't win this one. Your defensive capabilities will not work. You cannot inflict pain on the United States. It is utter domination. You are crushed. And so the choice of the vice president is you're either going to go the way of Maduro and die or be imprisoned, or you're going to find a way to work with the United States. And that's the model. And it is telling that these two operations have happened so close to one another. It was just not even 2 months ago that the United States pursued a faux regime change in Venezuela. Is it a true regime change? Well, the entire security apparatus remains in place. The Chavista government remains in place. It is Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's vice president, who now rules the country with the same defense minister, the same intelligence minister. So it's a decapitation without a regime change. It's a form of persuasion, aggressive negotiations. We took your leader and now we've left you with no options. Perhaps this is the formula in Iran. Decapitate the regime, kill the Ayatollah, kill the top IRGC commanders, make them vulnerable and defenseless, remove hope from the equation. Without a navy, without missiles, without their high-ranking security personnel, they must realize they are completely vulnerable. They are completely defenseless and completely open. Is that perhaps the calculation? That whoever, whether it's the second, third, fourth, fifth guy in the chain of command, whoever survives, when that person rises above, maybe it's some other faction or element in the security services, whoever survives and claims to speak for the remnant of the Iranian regime, maybe the Trump administration is counting on that person simply being willing to negotiate. And you leave the internal security apparatus in place. You don't go like you did in Iraq and put them all on trial and kill all of them and de-Ba'athify them, re-educate them and reintegrate them or something like that. But you simply swap out an obstinate leader with a more pliant leader.
Yeah, like they did.
And you work on a new understanding where the Iranian regime can cooperate with the United States.
Right here, man. Dumb
now,
shit.
here are the problems with this way of thinking. Again, you're not going to remove an entrenched regime with air and sea power alone. The Trump administration knows that. The Department of War knows that. They know that if they really wanted to replace all these people, they would need a rival security service, political faction, and nothing of that sort exists. There are people that oppose the regime. There are other claimants to rule Iran, but none of them have the necessary support. None of them have the necessary organization or weapons. So it looks very unlikely that, again, any force other than a remnant of the Iranian security apparatus will rule afterward. And you have to expect that the Trump administration knows that. And so perhaps This is the expectation. They will pound Iran, hit them so hard, again, make them utterly defenseless so that there is not even the delusion, there is not even the myth that Iran is going to be striking a carrier with a hypersonic missile, that Iran is going to destroy Israel with thousands of missiles in a huge volley. And they will have to come to terms and negotiate with the United States on our terms. Well, here's the problem with this way of thinking. Famously, Tucker Carlson challenged Ted Cruz, who was in favor of an operation like this, and said, how many people live in Iran? And Ted Cruz had no idea.
No clue.
And he dismissed that and said, that's trivia. That's a trivial detail. What does it matter how many people live there? Well, it actually matters quite a bit, because a country 3 times the size of Iraq, with 90 million people and 1 million soldiers, is not actually going to be subdued by bombs. What happens the day or the week after Iran's military is utterly destroyed? Well, probably chaos breaks out. Probably people are going to try to flee, and the borders are going to destabilize. Probably people are going to rush to the stores and try to stock up on essentials, which will cause the economy to effectively collapse. There will be looting. There will be chaos. There will be a lapse in critical infrastructure, public services. You're looking at the bottom falling out from the country, and that will actually create a vacuum. It will actually embolden and buttress the Iranian security force, because there will be a need for order, and only that force will be able to provide it. What's more, here's the other problem with this. So Iran's security force is going to be there, attacking Iran, bombing all their cities, killing potentially hundreds, maybe thousands of civilians. What effect does that have on the resolve of Iranians and of the Iranian political leadership? If it's a remnant of the Iranian security forces, who is to say that these people, the survivors who just watched their friends, colleagues, leaders, spiritual figures get murdered in a war of aggression, who is to say those people are now going to roll over for the United States? Perhaps that works in Venezuela, a much smaller country in terms of territory and population, ruled over by corrupt people with no real ideology, not religious zealots, not even particularly nationalistic, maybe not even ideological anymore, but just plutocrats, just crony socialists or something. Maybe that works in Venezuela, where they're more worried about their personal enrichment or survival. But in Iran, a regime that is literally created by religious police, secret police, a vanguard revolutionary paramilitary with an eschatological opinion and interpretation of their own country and its role in the future of the universe, who is to say that the remnant of that security service is not going to be more hardcore than what came before? Who's to say that they will not be more emboldened and their resolve won't be hardened after the strikes? And maybe they don't negotiate then. So what happens the day after? Obviously, then this remnant, whether they're in favor or against the United States, they will seek to rebuild. Just as the Iranian regime after Midnight Hammer began to rebuild the nuclear infrastructure and their missile capability, you have to imagine that the remnant of the Iranian security forces is going to try to rebuild also. It may be a much taller order and basically impossible, but we have to entertain the scenario, maybe the most likely scenario, that hardliners come to power, they retain control of the country rather than an uprising of the people, and they go to work building more missiles and the military. So what does the United States do then? Do they allow Iran to keep going? Do they allow Iran to rebuild and reconstitute on a long enough timeline? Maybe not in months or weeks, but over the course of many years. Obviously not. This gets back to that security equation. What was stopping Israel and the United States before from intervening in Iran? What was preventing us from doing this 10 years ago, 20 years ago? What prevented us from doing this is that we thought Iran was going to build a nuclear bomb. And if we invaded and if we tried to topple the regime, maybe before we were successful, they would have a nuclear bomb. And then they might use it. Then we're in trouble. Yeah. Missiles, not a big deal. Nuclear bomb on top of a missile, that would pose a problem for Israel and the United States.
You know, I get what a lot of people, they talk shit about Nick, and I get the critiques, but you do realize that he is just getting a topic out there and talking about it. He's getting people thinking. And to say that nobody cares, that's dumb, man. You should care. Even if you disagree with him, at least he's talking about the shit that fucking really matters.
So that is a deterrent that prevented us from operating in Iranian territory. But it was also their ballistic missile program.
Maybe I would say the opposite. You're
the United States wasn't willing to go in, but Israel always wanted to go into Iran. They were worried about the nuclear program, but they're also worried about the missiles, as you saw last year. When Israel forced our hand to intervene in Iran, it was Israel that had to tap out. It was they that had to plead with Washington to intervene to bring an end to the conflict because Israel was being bombarded with wave after wave of hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles, drones, cruise missiles, and they were running out of interceptors to shoot them down. So why could Israel not intervene over Iran's skies? Because if they did, they would be bombarded with missiles and it would shut down their country. It's a very small country with not a lot of population centers, and it's hard to have commerce. Total. It's hard to keep people there if your airports and your cities and residential buildings are being hit with hypersonic ballistic missiles. So Israel could not intervene unless the missiles were destroyed. Are you seeing where this is going? Now that Iran's nuclear hedge has been obliterated by Midnight Hammer last year and the operation today, now that its missile capacity has been severely degraded and its navy, which might be able to close the Strait of Hormuz, now Iran is truly defenseless. And what this does is it creates options for further engagement. Yep. So you might think this is the climax, this is the be-all, end-all, just as you might have thought the climax was last year. That this is it. This is the war to topple the regime. I don't think so. I think that when we look back in history, this will be characterized as yet another operation to degrade Iran's military capabilities, just like Midnight Hammer, just like the other operations, just like the industrial sabotage, assassinating the scientists.
Dave Rubin was like, oh, you know, we did it, this and that, and we were right. I'm thinking, you do realize that you said this exact same bullshit line to us 6 or 8 months ago, bro. You said the threat was neutralized. The threat is neutralized. That's it. Let's go home, fellas. We don't have to worry about these guys anymore. Not even a fucking year later, we're back there and we're committing ground troops for regime change, bro. And I fucking said so. I said, bro, I hope you're fucking happy, man, because you sacrificed your credibility. You straight up lied to your fucking audience. You lied to the American people. You're shilling for a different foreign government. Bro, you're a fucking traitor, man. You're a traitor, and you should be fucking crucified for that shit.
Just like all these other operations, this is about systematically defeating in detail Iran's military, so that we can open up a front against Iran in perpetuity. So in short, what happens when Iran's security force takes back control over the country, and maybe it's led by a hardliner, maybe it's led by another reformer?
We know what happened last time.
Well,
we got
if
Khomeini.
Diplomacy fails, now Israel and the United States, we can operate in Iran with impunity. If Iran doesn't play ball when this is over in 6 months, in a year, it costs us nothing to intervene. And this is the operational goal, which is to achieve the same situation in Iran as you had in Syria for 15 years. In the same way that Israel took control of Syria's skies and airspace and launched airstrikes constantly, degrading the Assad regime and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard there, Israel seeks to open up the exact same front in Iran. This is
can call him a
not
grifter
the
and a
end.
scammer right
This is
now, bro.
actually
Nobody's
just
gonna
the
stop
beginning
you.
of a new chapter. This is another operational strike to further
Nobody
degrade
cares.
Iran's military so that there can be future operations.
We're all allowed to have opinions.
And the
big
ultimate
boys.
goal is the regime change. The ultimate goal, I imagine, is to eventually create a situation, either at the end of this or some other operation in the future, where through CIA and Mossad backing, Shin Bet, whoever, they are going to back a liberal democratic force. They presumably, they will back some rival claimant. They will eventually replace the Iranian regime, and then that Iranian regime will be subordinated to Israel in exactly the same way as has happened to Syria and to Iraq and to other countries. I think that is the ultimate goal.
Guess where Israel is flying out of? Not Israel. They're flying out of all those other traitor Middle Eastern states, the Muslim states. They've all capitulated. They're prostrate. They're on the ground prostrate in front of them like Allah. It's pathetic, man, and that's what they're going to do with Iran. That entire region is going to be prostrate. They're going to be presenting their ass and their genitals to Israel for, the foreseeable future, basically, like some whipped dog.
And
it's disgusting.
That is the situation as it stands. I think that is what is happening today, and I think that is what will happen in the immediate future. Now, I want to talk about something very specific here. We have to be precise about why we oppose this war. What we're looking at right now, it looks like a military success. Again, and appearances can be deceiving, but that is what it looks like. The U.S. and Israel are just having their way. They are dropping bombs. As far as we know, nothing has been shot down. No Americans have been killed. And although Iran has retaliated with missile strikes on the Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Jordan, Israel, even though they've launched a lot of missiles at all these countries, it doesn't seem that it's done a ton of damage, or if there are unreported casualties, it doesn't seem they are substantial. And Iran's ability to defend itself or respond has been vastly exaggerated. There was this idea for a time that we would lose this war, that we don't know what we're in for. Operation True Promise, number 72 is on its way. And this time they're serious. This time the missiles are going to hit. Everybody was saying this, that we're going to lose this war. They're going to sink a carrier. It's going to deal a psychological blow to us. It'll be a Vietnam. Well, it's leaving one part out, which is if we don't put ourselves in harm's way, we win. We move the troops out of the bases within range of their missiles and they don't die. We don't invade and drive around their country in Humvees. Nobody's getting exploded. The only ability for Iran to respond might be a false flag terror attack or a real terror attack by an Iranian cell in Europe or the United States. Outside of that, they have no real ability to hurt any strategic American targets. Now, this is something that we have to contend with, because if the Trump administration is successful, let's be honest here. If we pull this off without a hitch, let's say we destroy Iran's military and no Americans die, then that is a true miracle. That is truly impressive. If the United States confronts Iran like this,
it's going to be very difficult to bitch and complain when this is just a total, a rout, like a complete sweep, just running the table, you can't. It's same with the nuclear stuff. It's hard to bitch when there are no consequences. It's like we didn't want this, but maybe Trump knew something we didn't. I don't know. We're not privy to the same shit he is.
Hit him so hard, and we don't lose a single plane, ship, helicopter. We don't lose a single life. And Iran, which was propped up to be this huge threat and a regional player, well, this is a victory. No doubt about it. In the purest possible terms, the United States has achieved its strategic objectives. We will have destroyed Iran's proxy network. Hezbollah is not even intervening. The Houthis are not making an impact. The Popular Mobilization Force in Iraq is not doing anything. Hamas is defeated. They're a non-player. And Iran, after this, may have no military, may have no leadership. We just killed their leaders. And if we do that without losing a single life or piece of equipment, then the United States can claim victory. They can say, we did it, mission accomplished.
It is a cheap.
And what will then be the argument? Well, I can already see that a lot of people that are opposed to this conflict are talking about blowback, foreign wars, the cost, all these things. They're calling Trump a hypocrite. They say, well, there's going to be unintended consequences. Iran will turn into a failed state. They say Iran might retaliate with terrorism or missiles and Americans will die. And how's that putting America first? And they might say, perhaps this will cost a lot of money. And they'll say a lot of things in this category. But intellectually, we have to deal with the fact that this is not Iraq. It isn't. Iraq was a ground invasion. It was a true nation-building operation. It was true regime change. De-Baathification, putting the culprits of the war crimes on trial, creating a new government, security apparatus, a new political culture, and then having to maintain order between rival tribes and rival sects of Islam. And that cost a lot of money and a lot of lives. It took a lot of time. This is something else. If we bomb them into submission, this is going to be very light on the loss of human life on our side and in terms of cost. It's going to be marginal. It's not going to cost us $3 trillion. And in the end, I think it's also not going to take as long to get what we came for there. We have to deal with this. Now, if that is the case, what's the argument? You can't just take the talking points from Iraq and use them about Iran. Why not? Because if you do, you lose the debate.
Yep.
If you have people hysterically screaming and saying,
no reason.
Well, what about Americans are going to die? Well, what if no Americans die? What's your argument then? What do you say to Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin then? If hardly...
Well, it stands to reason that he's going to agree with Ben Shapiro. Like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Ben Shapiro isn't insane. He does have some sane positions. Now, Mark Levin, that dude is just a fucking stone cold loon. But, Ben Shapiro, I probably agree with half of what Ben agrees with. I just don't agree with him on fucking Israel.
Americans die. And I know that sounds terrible, but if we destroy Iran's regime and, maybe a dozen American soldiers die, the American public will look at that and say, that's worth it. That is what the American public will say. It's just true.
Yeah.
And you don't have to like that, but that's the reality. If in the end, the cost is marginal, let's say we get what we want in a short span of time, and it doesn't cost us even $100 billion.
It would be a cheap.
People are going to say that's a victory. People are going to say, you know what?
Cheap.
This isn't nation building. This isn't costing us money. We're not dying for Israel. They're going to say we defeated a regime
That's not what he's saying at all. He's not saying that's a good thing. He's saying that if we don't acknowledge that it's not a big, it's not something to be freaking out over. We just need to let it go. We don't acknowledge that. We're going to lose the argument. We're going to look like fucking children. He's right. He's right.
Is oppositional. They don't like us. They're Islamist. They're aligned with the other axis, with Russia and China. The American public are going to be susceptible to the argument that this is a great victory. So what do you say then? The hysterics are not going to work. The talking points are not going to work. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't argue against this. I'm against this. But I'm saying we have to understand why we're against this. Why are we against regime change in Iran? Well, yes, a refugee crisis is a concern. Iran descending into a failed state is a concern. It becoming a hotbed of terrorism is a concern. The loss of life in Iran or on the part of Americans, cost, mission creep, all those things are concerns. But these are all probabilities and likelihoods. What happens if or when America just wins this one really hard? If it happens.
How can we don't have
Well, then you need to understand the problem here. Why are we fighting in Iran? It's not about nukes. It's not about missiles. The reason that we were brought into this engagement is because Israel seeks regional hegemony in the Middle East. This has been their plan for decades and decades. They sized up their neighbors in the 1970s, and they looked at all of the Arab or Muslim or other countries arrayed against them. And they realized that if they wanted to truly be secure and safe and powerful, they would have to systematically defeat in detail, confront all of their enemies, destroy their regimes, and dismember their states. And only then would Israel be free to expand their territory, gain access to vital resources, and be able to secure its borders. And that's exactly what has happened. Israel has orchestrated over the course of 30, 40 years the destruction of the regime in Iraq, the destruction of the regime in Syria. And regime change in those two countries created opportunities for Iran. Iran filled the vacuum. Iran is much larger than those countries, much larger population, bigger territory, ancient history, bigger middle class, more money, more oil revenue, bigger military.
More civilized people.
When Iraq went down, Iran came in and they backed Shiite militias there. And they gained a foothold in the country. It's called the Popular Mobilization Forces. And when Assad was weakened, not defeated, but weakened, it was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which deployed in Syria to fend off ISIS and the Kurds and all those other groups. And in doing this, Iran created a pipeline. They had personnel in Iraq, in Syria, and that connected them to their proxies. Hezbollah in Lebanon, which shares a border with Israel, but also the Houthis in Yemen, which they created and which they supported when they took power in 2013. This was the final battle. They took down Iraq, took down Syria, and then Iran, being the big one, having the bigger military, having the bigger population, having the superior everything, and creating this proxy network, this was their final rival in the region. Why did Iran want nuclear weapons? Because it recognized that if it didn't have them, the U.S. and Israel would take them out as they did Iraq and Syria. That's why Iran had a nuclear hedge. And that's why Iran had a ballistic missile factory. That is why they had this massive stockpile, because that was also part of their deterrent force. They knew it was coming. Israel stripped away their nuclear program, destroyed their missile program, so that now they can achieve what they always wanted, which is to topple the Iranian regime so that Israel can expand in every direction.
That's strange.
Think about it. Israel has made peace through treaty with Jordan, which is on their east, and Egypt, which is south of them.
And they've subjugated
They are
Lebanon.
also treaty allies of Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates through the Abraham Accords. There is a lot of talk about Saudi Arabia being brought into the Abraham Accords as well. Iraq is a shell of its former self. The U.S. maintains a presence there, and they don't have a strong and powerful military. In Syria, after the Assad regime was ousted in 2024, Israel, or rather in 2025, I believe it was, it was 24. Israel came in and destroyed all of the Assad regime's military hardware, leaving Syria utterly defenseless. Israel defeated Hezbollah and now is using U.S. influence in Lebanon to placate that country also. If Iran is out of the picture, all you have to do is take a look at a map. Israel will have no rivals. They are treaty allies with half of their neighbors. They have destroyed the other half. They have made peace through U.S. bribery and U.S. accords with Egypt, Jordan, Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They have destroyed the regime in Iraq, Syria, and soon to be Iran. This is their ultimate objective. And what this gives them is unbridled, unrestrained, unlimited power. To do what exactly? Well, most likely to expand their territory. Without Iran backing Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas, Israel can pretty easily push the Palestinians out of the occupied territories without having to worry about Saudi Arabia and its influence with the United States. And that arrangement, Saudi Arabia's conditioned rapprochement with Israel upon Palestinian statehood, if Israel doesn't have to worry about it, again, they can push the Palestinians out. So what surely comes of Iranian regime change is that Israel first takes the West Bank, takes Gaza. Do they stop there? No. Why would they? Then they go in, as they are, in Lebanon, and they take southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River. And then they use that as a platform to go into southern Syria. And they go where the Druze live. They go down south, right up to the suburbs of Damascus, maybe taking a chunk of that. And maybe they expand south into the Sinai. Why do you think Egypt is deploying its military to the Sinai Peninsula and building tunnels there? They anticipate the collapse of the Camp David Accords and that Israel might seize the Sinai Peninsula. If Israel wanted to reach out then into Jordan, into Saudi Arabia, who exactly would stop them? The answer is nobody. What's more, with Iran out of the picture, now you have this all-important region, sea routes, overland trade routes. Think about the commerce that runs through this region between Asia, Europe, and Africa, through the Suez Canal, through the Strait of Hormuz. Think about all the energy in the Persian Gulf. Think about that vital highway between these continents where there will be rail and highways, where there will be plane routes, where there will be sea routes through these all-important choke points.
Yeah.
This is the most influential region in the Eurasian African continent.
Yeah.
This is the connector between the three.
Yeah.
If Israel controls that region, how rich, how powerful can they become? Again, without being checked, without being restrained, constrained by any strategic or tactical imperatives because of rivals in their neighborhood.
Doesn't mean they're untouchable.
The answer is there's no limit. When Iran is defeated, they will have 300 nuclear bombs. No other country in the region has them. They will have a qualitative military edge, which is guaranteed by an act of the U.S. Congress. Do you know that? The United States can furnish other Middle Eastern countries with weapons, but we are bound by law that we cannot give any country more weapons than we give Israel. If we give Saudi Arabia F-35s, we got to give Israel twice as many. If we give Saudi Arabia the latest and greatest F-35, we got to give Israel something even more advanced. By law, we are required to furnish them. They are entitled to a qualitative, conventional military edge with air power.
I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to do some, what is it? What the hell were they doing in that lab over in China? We need to do some of that. Come up with the cure. Release that shit in Israel. Wipe them right off the fucking planet. Fuck them and their nukes. Nukes ain't gonna protect from that. You know, they still human. Fucking release a disease, you wipe them out like the Indians. Fuck them.
Missile defense, probably soon to be AI and other things. So they will have a nuclear arsenal. They will have the qualitative conventional edge. They are an intelligence superpower, and they are influential in the court of the United States. So in the end, if some other country becomes a problem, in the event that that's even possible, they can always call the White House reliably, and we'll bail them out.
They're going to pay for this one day.
And what we have effectively created here, this is the point, is a rival superpower.
Pretty much.
What we have created is a nuclear power with a very sophisticated conventional military and an intelligence apparatus.
With nobody to fight.
And we have handed them control over one of the most important regions in the world. Most important choke points, trade routes, energy, some of the most cash in the world. How much cash is in the sovereign wealth funds of the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris? That's all theirs now. And as the United States, or rather as the world order undergoes a revolution, as China rises, India rises, as the world transitions from unipolar to multipolar, as we enter the age of complexity, of complex interactions between all states and all peoples in all states, who will benefit from the arbitrage? Who will be the ultimate middleman between China and the United States, between India and Pakistan, between Turkey and Greece?
China hates their
between Asia
guts.
and Europe, between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. It's going to be Israel. That's the end game. So why are we against this conflict? For me, let me tell you precisely, why am I against regime change in Iran? It's not because of blowback. It's not because of mission creep. It's not because of casualties even or cost. Because all of those arguments, those might not work. Those things are genuine concerns. But in the end, that's not really the root of the problem. The root of the problem, my issue with Iranian regime change, is that we are creating an Israeli superpower that not even we will be able to restrain. That is why this is America last. I wanted Iran to remain, not because I'm a Muslim, not because I'm a cheerleader for the Iranian regime, but because Iran balanced Israel.
It constrained them.
And balance benefits the United States.
Yeah.
Why? Because it gives us leverage to put our finger on the scale. But if there is no balance and Israel has free reign, then where does our leverage go? They become a regional hegemon and they push us out. And then they are free to pursue an independent foreign policy and their own goals, and we will have no say in that matter.
Just leave
and
us.
That is not in our interest.
Leave us be.
So I wanted Iran to remain. That is a counterweight to Israel. And you know what? If Israel has a nuclear arsenal, maybe Iran should have had one too. Maybe the Ayatollah should have been building a nuclear bomb instead of writing about whatever it was, Black Lives Matter on Twitter. Maybe you should have built a nuke and gone all the way. What's the outcome now?
You're dead.
But these are incompetent people, as we saw with Hezbollah, as we saw with Hamas and the Houthis. They were a paper tiger, and so was Iran, the source of them all. Maybe they should have built a nuclear bomb. If Israel has 300 nuclear bombs and they wage war on their neighbors and they threaten the United States, what's one more in the region to balance it out? At least then we could put our finger on that scale, as we do, as we have with other countries. That's my problem with all of this. And that's the bigger picture that people are not seeing. Israel has been on a mission. Just look at it. Look at how they have infiltrated the United States and how they wield the United States through our political system, through our financial system.
They draw us like a
Look
gun,
at how they
dude.
have used us like an instrument to achieve their goals, to empower themselves. They stole a nuclear arsenal from us. They got all of this military technology from us. We built their military. We defeated their foes. And now we have essentially handed this to them. Now they're ready to cut the umbilical cord and become their own superpower.
Yeah, boy,
we paid the price. Man. We endured the cost. We paid the money. Our soldiers died. Our country burned so that Israel could grow stronger, so that a Israeli superpower could be born. And now our country will be in the wreckage. Not even a thank you.
Yeah.
That's my problem with the war in Iran. So you have to get it right. And this is where we're going in the next 25, 50, 100 years. This is what we need to be thinking about. A world that is destabilizing, where there is a source of power. You have great powers in Russia, in China, in India. Potentially Israel, Europe will get together as a coherent political.
They're getting ready to cut us loose and go over to India. They need a benefactor. But, you know, honestly, if that means they're going to leave us the fuck alone and we don't have to bankroll them, we don't have to pay for them, this, that, and the other. Dude, just let us fucking wash our hands of these Jews, man, please. Like Pontius Pilate. Hey, yo, man, we wash our hands of this shit. Just leave us out of it.
Unit. You have middle powers
Rome,
like Pakistan, Turkey, South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, Ethiopia, Japan, that will play a role. And Israel, we just created another superpower. That's something we're going to have to contend with. And unlike those other countries, they have penetrated ours.
They're not a superpower, bro.
So this is a problem. You know, we may be inextricable from this new superpower. They may come to completely dominate the Middle East and the United States, and then ultimately the world. That's it. That's the problem.
Fucking black.
So people said Iran is threatening Israel. Iran is challenging Israel's influence. That's what they're there for. That is what they're there for. We want that. We want Israel to be weaker so that we can be more powerful over them and over the region. Now we don't have that anymore. So don't get it twisted. People are going to try and say, oh, well, there's going to be so much blowback. And you know what? It is playing into the hands of the Zionists. Because when the United States wins this war, without anybody really dying or without it costing a ton of money, when this is as successful as people need it to be to approve of it, all these people are going to look like idiots because Mark Levin and Shapiro are going to rub it in your face and say, oh, yeah, remember when everybody said this is going to be another Iraq? Well, it isn't. So we need to be very clear-minded about what it is we have a problem with here. And the last thing I'll say about it, and then we'll move on, we'll take a look at super chats, is consider the role of the Trump administration in all of it. Consider his role. When Trump got in office in 2016, he did so with help from AIPAC, with help from Sheldon and Miriam Adelson.
This is oil.
And that assistance came with a price tag. Yeah. He was empowered by the conservative movement, which is a glove. I mean, it's a tool of the Israel lobby. And so Trump got into office, and almost immediately he unilaterally pulled the United States out of the Iranian nuclear deal, setting us on our way down this road. Obama had made a nuclear deal to the chagrin of the Israelis. The Israelis hated Obama, hated the deal.
Yeah,
Obama conducted the negotiations in secret, and the Israelis were not happy. They backed Trump. They wanted Trump to win so that Trump could undo what Obama had done, and he delivered. Trump ripped us out of the nuclear deal and set us down the path. Unilaterally withdrew the United States and then threatened Europe that if they didn't pull out of the deal, then he would put secondary sanctions on them. So they pulled out of the agreement. And then in 2020, Trump took the fight to Iran's proxies. He killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC, the architect of the proxy network. He designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization to increase sanctions on them. He put maximum pressure on Iran economically. After Trump left office in 2020, Israel went to work under the Biden administration, cyber attacks on Iran's infrastructure, assassinating their nuclear scientists, industrial sabotage, blowing up their oil refineries, their factories, their defense facilities. Do you know that Joe Biden was nearly going to reconstitute the Iranian nuclear deal in 2022? They were ready to go. And in 2023, just before October 7th, you might remember, Joe Biden had a prisoner swap with the Iranians. We gave them some of their prisoners. They gave us some of ours. We unfroze $6 billion in funds that had been frozen by us in South Korea. We were engaging Iran. China brokered a peace between Saudi Arabia and Iran. We were on a path to peace with Iran again. Trump tried to upend it. Biden came in. And what did the Israelis do? October 7th. And that whole deal not only was put on ice, but it went in reverse. And Israel began a campaign to systematically destroy all of Iran's deterrent capabilities. First, its proxy network, taking out Hamas and the Palestinians in the West Bank. Then confronting Hezbollah, toppling the Assad government and ejecting the IRGC, degrading the Houthis in Yemen. And then when they got Trump elected in 2025, they got what they always wanted, which was to strike on Fordo, on Esfahan, on Natanz to take out their nuclear hedge. And now it's the missiles. It could not have been done without Trump. Could not have been done because the Israelis wield the Republican Party.
Are you suggesting that Kamala would have been better, Nick? That another 10 million immigrants would have been a price worth paying, so that Israel gets to, fucking pretend to be in a war with Iran for, decade more? No, man, I'm good.
Trump told us the Iraq war was a mistake and we should have never been there, and they didn't even have weapons of mass destruction. All this kind of stuff. And he gave them everything that they wanted. He utterly betrayed MAGA and the foundational pillar of America First, which is repudiating the legacy of the Iraq war. What does this tell you? It tells you that MAGA, the Republican Party, it's not a failure. It's a success. It is a roaring success. Don't kid yourself when you say Trump failed us. MAGA died. MAGA didn't die. This is what it always was. This is what it was designed to be, which is They came up with a
wondering why
conceit
Tucker's
to
upset.
trick people to vote for them by promising things they never intended to deliver. A border wall, mass deportations, reindustrialization. They didn't have a plan. They didn't have a clue. They weren't serious about any of it. But they wanted the Republicans back in the institutions. They wanted Lindsey Graham in the Senate. They wanted Project Esther in the executive branch. It was a Trojan horse. 10 years in, we are being told a border wall, mass deportations, tariffs. Well, we just can't do it. It's just too difficult because of the law, because of the Democrats, because of the media, because of whatever.
And if he had put
But
the border
slowly
wall up,
but
then 10
surely,
million would have come.
the United States has assisted Israel in achieving their ultimate plan, which is toppling Iran and all of its proxies. So when they go in 2026 to ask for your vote, you need to remember this. Remember that the Republican Party is building Israel as a superpower while they kill America. While America is being killed by diversity and illegal immigration by Haitians and Somalians and illegal Hispanics, and I know ordinary Hispanics too, I guess, and black people, all these problems that we have that Republicans don't do anything about. Where's our National Guard in the cities? Where's our mass deportations? Where's our Muslim ban? Where's our border wall? While they are complicit in the destruction of this superpower, the Republican Party is building a rival superpower that hates us, So people go out and say, yeah, well, it's a lesser of two evils. Yeah, well, it's better than the Democrats.
No,
is
it's
it?
better than 10 million.
Is it better than the Democrats?
Yes,
I'm not sure. I think they're exactly the same thing.
No.
And I'm not voting for any of it. They're going to try to get you to vote for Vance.
Okay,
where was J.D. Vance in 2016?
How about this, Nick? If I'm going to get fucked, I'd rather it be the fucking white guy that fucks me, not the colored woman. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. He was working with David Frum, a speechwriter for George W. Bush. He was doing his Hillbilly Elegy tour, sponsored by Peter Thiel, creator of Palantir, and he voted for a CIA agent groomed by Bill Kristol from National Review for president, Evan McMullin. That's who he voted for in 2016. And you idiots believed him. He changed. He's a Trump supporter now. He saw the light. Now J.D. Vance says, well, we can't overlearn the lessons of Iraq. Not all military actions are a bad thing. The guy's a chameleon. He wasn't there in 2016. We were there in 2016 because we said the Iraq war was a mistake. We don't want Jeb Bush. We don't want AIPAC. We don't want Rubio, who Trump called the puppet of the Adelsons. We wanted America first. We were deceived and we were lied to. J.D. Vance was on the enemy team, and now he's right there with Trump. Now take a look around. You're in the golden age Trump White House. You're at Mar-a-Lago. Take a look around at the new face of MAGA. In 2016, the face of MAGA was Trump and Ann Coulter and Jeff Sessions and Corey Lewandowski. That was the face of MAGA. It was Pat Buchanan. It was Sam Francis. That was the inspiration. That was the face of MAGA then. The face of MAGA now, look around. Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Ben Shapiro, J.D. Vance. These are the big boosters of MAGA in 2026. Something has gone horribly wrong.
Man, think about that for a
All
second.
of those people.
Those are some sick people he just rattled off. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer. These people are not our allies. They're not, man. They don't give a fuck about us. They want to see us die.
With some exceptions, were never Trumpers in 2016. Shapiro didn't vote for Trump in 2016. Mark Levin was critical of Trump in 2016.
Yeah, both of them were never Trump.
Where were these people when the movement was actually born, when those pillars were in place?
Talking shit about it,
now
saying it was
all
Hitler.
of those people are in the center. The movement is something else now. And what we need in
they're wearing it like
2028, this is our last
black
chance. We need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the fuck down. What does this administration do other than cover up the Epstein files, embezzle money through government contracts, and bring us to war for Israel? This administration needs to be shut down immediately. Do not vote in the midterms. And if you do, vote for Democrats. Fuck
He's
this.
not even pulling
That
his
is what the
punches
Republicans
now. He's like,
deliver.
straight up,
That is what our golden age looks like. The tariffs were refunded. The deportations were stopped. They wound down and withdrew the ice from Minneapolis. What does this administration do other than embezzle money,
and
go to war with Iran, and bury the Epstein files? Oh, and blackmail Harvard so they police anti-Semitism and ban people who criticize Israel from being in America. This administration needs to be shut down immediately. It has forfeited its mandate. They promise no new wars. They promise mass deportations in America first. And we're not getting any of it. So shut it down. In 2026, shut it down. And our only hope is that in
This is exactly what Cenk Uger's been saying. He's been saying, he's like, unless it's Ro Khanna or Massey, throw the fucking bums out. If the incumbent, whoever the incumbent is, they got to go. And he's right. He's right.
In the Republican primary, somebody will emerge who will actually put America first. I am not voting for the vice president and the secretary of state that brought us to war in Iran. I won't do it. In 2016, I voted for Trump at 18 years old because Trump said the war in Iraq was a mistake. He said Rubio was a puppet of the Adelsons, and Vance voted for Evan McMullin, a CIA spook picked by Bill Kristol. I'm now going to vote for that ticket. I'm going to vote for the Rubio-Vance ticket that brought us to war in Iran over my dead body. I would rather die than vote for that. So, in my opinion, 2026, shut it down. You got to burn the house down with them inside, metaphorically. And in 28, you better hope that somebody has a prayer to run the Trump strategy and do another hostile takeover over the GOP. Otherwise, I'm going to become a Democrat. Like, at that point, rather than be beholden to this country, that is our last chance. 28 Republican primary, we need a Trumpian figure to relight the candle. Someone needs to take the flame and take it further than Trump. He needs to take the baton and take it further and fulfill America first. That is the only way out of this at this point. And anybody that is not on this is not serious. The only takeaway that I have from all of these events, you are not pressuring this administration. All these people told us, if Trump brings us to war in Iran, we'll just tweet about it. Yeah, well, that's not really working, is it? We are locked in here. Here's what we can do. Never Vance 28. We can punish those responsible. We can make it clear. You failed to deliver America first. Your political career is finished.
JD's not responsible.
You will never be president off of bombing Iran. That is the message we have to send. Never Vance 28. Never Rubio 28. I'm not voting for the Iran war candidates in 28. I will not do it. And if this animosity that we have, if it doesn't translate into that, then it will be for nothing. And they're going to try so hard to get you back on board. They're going to downplay it. They already are. You can already see the cope about this operation.
I'm not voting.
But I was there in 2018.
Well,
in 2016.
if they're the incumbent, I will.
Okay, I lived it. I lived the first Trump revolution. I wore the MAGA hat on the college campus. Yeah, okay, we got banned on Twitter. We got persecuted for this the first time. We are the OG vanguard of American nationalism. We have to make a comeback in 28, and we have to take our own side. We have to be the biggest, loudest faction, and the GOP needs to know they cannot, will not win without us, and we're going to let them fail if we have to. Otherwise, you are not serious.
Like Trump said. I'll let the Republican Party fail if I'm not the fucking nominee. I will take them down. So they buckled, did they not? So that's what we have to do to them because they can't. If we say we're not voting for you, unless you give us somebody who's going to fucking do what we want, they kind of have to capitulate to that. Maybe it's a lie, but like we should lobby for the goods. Like, hey, you're going to have to prove this somehow. There's none of this fucking promise bullshit like Trump did. Like, we need somebody that's like a stone cold fucking, a stone cold fucking like true blue fucking European American. You know what I'm saying? Anglo-Saxon American, good British stock, like looking to fucking straighten this place out for real. And Trump is Scottish too. That really bothers me. He's like half Scottish. His mom was.
If you're not serious about letting the Epstein Iran war administration and presidential ticket fail, then you are a sucker. You might as well go sign up to flick the lights on and
Well,
off for them on
fucking,
Saturdays
you're
at that
going to vote for
point.
Democrats, punk. Like, I'm sorry,
If
but
Ben
that's not much
Shapiro
better.
wouldn't vote for Trump in 2016, if he was willing to let Hillary Clinton win, then we better be just as willing not to vote in 28
That's a good fucking
for the
point.
person that betrayed Americans that brought us to war in Iran. And if you can't do that, again, you have no right to be a free people. You have no right to be sovereign.
That's what I always say too. If we can't stand up for ourselves, if we can't advocate for ourselves, if we just keep getting fucked, keep getting bent over, getting over the barrel, then we deserve what we get. I mean, really and truly, we deserve to fade away. If we're not willing to fight for our birthright, if we're not willing to fight for America to remain the majority, then we deserve not to be the majority. And, it's a shame, but all good things must come to an end.
That's the difference. So that's the situation in Iran. It's so shameful, so disgusting. It's a war of choice. Iran does not threaten us. Got no business there. This was a decision. And it was a decision made by another country for another country's benefit. They will get the glory. We will pay the price. We decrease. They increase. They are delighted to consign the American empire to destruction while they look forward to a golden age, while they look forward to a century of empire and domination.
Yeah, because they're just getting.
Maybe we can't stop it, but I'm not going along with it. Maybe it's biblical. Maybe it's prophetic. I'm not going along with it. I'm never worshiping the God of Israel. I'm never worshiping the Moshiach who they think is coming next. Christ is my Lord and Savior. He is my God. America is my country. I may not be able to stop this agenda, but I sure as hell am not going along with it. I'm not fucking voting for it. That I will not do.
Quarter century or so.
And that's it. But we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. And then I'm going to get out of here. It's my weekend, for crying out loud.
Off. Dude, fuck off.
I was saying to myself, thank God it's Friday. And now, now the world has just changed forever.
Dude, he was fucking.
But that's the rallying cry.
He was screaming in his pants.
Vance. Never Rubio.
He loved every second of this stream.
We have to tell everybody, you know what? I'll tweet it out right now.
No, I don't agree with that.
I'll tweet it out right now.
Ben Shapiro hates our fucking guts, bro.
And you guys got to go and you got to be the brigade. You got to let him know.
You want to break bread and fucking.
Everybody get ready to retweet this.
If you want to side that fucking piece of shit, then be my guest, man. But I'd rather die. Fuck that piece of shit. Him, Mark Levin, all those people, the whole gang of them. They need to be run out of here on rails, man. Fucking tarred and feathered. Sent back to their fucking, crucified, put outside the fucking, right of the city gates, man.
Okay.
Put their head on a fucking pike. I mean, but they should be made an example.
Let's see.
Nathaniel, it's been a hot minute,
all right.
Man.
Now, I should have had something ready, but I'm tweeting this out now. Everybody smash the retweets. This needs to be the narrative.
Have you ever read
Never Vance, never Rubio. This is our program. We're not going out in 26.
Yes,
I will not reward this administration. They can't pass the SAVE Act. They can't massively deport people. They can't shut down H-1Bs, or they won't. They won't release the Epstein files. I'm not giving them Congress. I'm not giving them the Senate. Good luck. Ask Netanyahu. You want votes in 26? Ask all those free Iranians. Ask the Israelis. I'm not voting for it. And in 28, never Vance, never Rubio. It's got to be somebody else.
Dude, man.
Otherwise, we're just playing games here. Otherwise, we're fucking around. That's got to be the message. You just lost. The MAGA movement has betrayed itself. Its fundamental pillars are in shambles. No border wall. We're at war with Iran. Forget it.
Watch that if you want.
The only thing I will accept in 2028 is America first. Dark America first.
Fucking A,
and this is the final battle. This is going to be the most important election of our lifetimes. We are either going to have America first, or we are going to destroy the GOP.
Roman salutes.
It's that serious. We're not voting for lesser of two evils. We're not doing it.
No.
2028 is the most important election of our lifetimes. I am never Vance. I am never Rubio. I will never vote for the Iran war ticket. It is America first, or it is nothing.
Fuck yeah.
America first or nothing. You either become America first, or the GOP will be destroyed, and I will cheer for it. I may go to the gulags too. I will go to the gulags happily if it means the traitors are not in power. And that's the take it or leave it mentality we need to bring to the table. They're going to say everything about us. They're going to try to fuck with us. They're going to try to get us to stand down. You're not immune to propaganda, but you have to tune that out. This is how we flex American power. I'm sick of Jew power. I'm sick of Israeli power. I want American power. But that starts with taking control over our vote.
I read the page twice.
That's the message.
I want to make sure I get the point.
But we're going to move on here. Let's take a look at our super chats. You know what? We're only going to read the big ones because this is a sort of historical, momentous stream. So I don't want to read a bunch of crap.
Yeah,
we'll read the big ones, and then I'll
run a mushroom farm, and they treat us like mushrooms, eat us shit, and keep us in the dark, as Marky Mark famously said in The Departed.
Smaller ones on Monday. Okay.
African American source sent $1,000. You are so right.
Hey, thank you for the huge super chat. I am right. Isn't that crazy how vindicated I am?
Hey.
Everybody doubted me. Why? Don't you know I'm the best in the world at what I do? Don't you know I'm the #1 live streamer?
The fact that he's a virgin, that actually, that makes him more virtuous than you and more virtuous than me. He's not married.
All time. I had people doubting me. It's like people that don't even know the first thing about politics. It's crazy.
Yeah, I listened to it on audiobook.
So I'm feeling pretty smug. Everybody, all these Groyper come lately types, they said, he's sold out. He took the paycheck. Never forget. I told people not to vote for Trump. I earned this. Okay, we needed this. We earned this. So yeah. That's just next level, like all-time legend. Calls the shot with complete precision. And I remember on election day, do you remember people were so smug? They were like, Nick Fuentes and the Groypers just screwed themselves. I was right in 24, 25, 23 for that matter. So it's not that I'm not always right. I'm just not always right now. Okay,
nice.
Just wait a couple of years. Give it a couple of years. Benefit of the doubt. All right. But yeah, I was right. Thank you for the huge super
Boomer
chat.
Hell said $100. Gotta love how the most media is getting normies to believe this is about liberating the Iranian people. The same people that want the whole Middle East minus Israel turned into glass.
Yeah, and people are eating it up. You severely underestimate the public's appetite for war. Everybody thinks that normies are on our side. They're really not. It's mostly young people. Most of the American public will support a war if we win. Just is what it is.
Winner. People like victories.
You look at the strikes last year, 80% of Republicans supported Midnight Hammer. 80%. It's the young people that don't support this.
Yeah,
But a
'cause they're
lot of
getting
people are
fucked.
drinking the Kool-Aid. They think it's about nukes. They think it's about liberating Iran. They're under the spell of Israel. So that's why we have to be undeterred. Don't listen to those that are in the pocket of the Zionists. Just tune them out. If somebody is a slave to Israel, just let them. Just let them be over there. Don't let them enter into this calculation. This is an extremist movement, okay? I'm an extreme America firster. Okay, I'm a radical.
Pupinator sent $210. Been watching since Tucker. I like to think I was quasi-informed, but I had no clue about the Jew. Thanks for the elucidation.
There's nothing virtuous.
You're welcome. And thank
about
you for the big super chat. That's the
having
thing. Tucker
sex
won't
at a
talk
red
about
light.
it.
Straight
Tucker
up.
said on his show, and he's been good on this issue, Iran, but he goes, it has nothing to do with Jews. Really? It has everything to do with Jews. Do you know what holiday it is in a few days? It's Purim. It's a Jewish holiday. Do you know what it commemorates?
Dude, why do
Google
you
it.
know so much about these scumbags,
Go ahead.
man? I don't want to even know about
Google
their
Purim.
their
Purim.
gypsy ways, their fucking
You know what this
paganist
holiday
ways.
commemorates in Judaism?
Don't care.
The victory over the Amalekites
Oh, the
by the
Amalek.
Jews over the
Fucking- The
Persians.
genocide.
It's literally their holiday today. And he goes, yeah, it's got nothing to do with Judaism. It's organized neocons.
Good point.
Purim is a Jewish holiday that commemorates the saving of the Jewish people by Queen Esther, Project Esther from Heritage, from annihilation at the hands of the Persian Empire, as it is recounted in the book of Esther. Okay. That's the story. That's on March 2nd. That's on Monday. 4-day operation. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Oh, just in time. What a coincidence. Nothing to do with Judaism, by the way. They're the neocons. It's Christian evangelicals, right? It's the Frankists. It's everybody else. No, the Jewish state, using its Jewish influence in America, brought us to war on a Jewish holiday against the Jews' eternal enemy, but it has nothing to do with Judaism. Leave those Orthodox Jews like Ben Shapiro alone. They had nothing to do with this. They're a, what did she say? They're a Turkic tribe. They're a nomadic Turkic tribe known as the Khazarians. Sure, yeah, sure thing. That's the problem. People, you think they're hiding their power level. What they're really doing is running a limited hangout. You know, some people, I've heard it spoken of that some people are hiding their power level. Said another way, they are running a limited hangout. Oh, Tucker's 100% based. He's our guy. He just can't say everything that he thinks. Yeah, is he hiding his power level? Is he only saying 80%, or is he running a limited hangout? Hey guys, let's talk more about aliens and demons and astral projecting, and let's talk about Israel's governmental policies that have nothing to do with Jews at all. Don't even go there. Like, come on now.
Bro, he kind of had
Limited hangout. Your dad is in the CIA, bro.
Roasted.
My dad, lore. I founded the GIA, okay?
Maccabee.
Your dad is at Hungary tap dancing for the Jew puppet Viktor Orban.
Exactly.
Your dad is at Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Your dad is running Voice of America for these Jew shills in Hungary and Russia. GIA. Your dad is CIA. This nigga is GIA. Okay, Groyper's in abundance. Fuentes.store. 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 Get yours today. Fuentes.store. No, but it's true. But it's true. He'll
Tony
never tell
Groyper
you.
sent $200. Totally vindicated. Absolutely phenomenal show as always.
Thank you for the huge super chat. Yep. Complete vindication.
Miami Groypat sent
Total
$250. Outbid me.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, you're telling the other super chatters. Got it.
Radioactive Trash sent $100. Been watching since 2023. Thank you for all the free shows. Here's a little money for your troubles.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Toucan sent $200. Mr. President, we've confirmed Nick's not doing a show tonight. Excellent. Launch all fighters.
Isn't that crazy? The one night I don't do a show, we go to war with Iran. I'm glad it worked out this way, though. We got a chance to catch our breath a little bit. So that's fine.
Newbroyer99 sent $100. Haven't super chatted in a little while. Figured it was a good time to drop some money on you. God bless you, man.
Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate
Appinger
the
sent
support.
$100. Great show, Nick. Keep delivering the truth and may God bless you and your family.
Thanks. God bless.
6 or 7 mil sent $100. Seeing everyone apologizing to you thing morning was pure aura for you. Plus 271k aura points.
Yep. That's me. I'm him. And it's like that. It's really like that. At the end of the day, you got to remember I'm the most talented political commentator that exists, that is alive right now. Period. End of story. Everybody thinks it's, oh, why do they like him? Oh, it's because they're mad that housing is too expensive. Why do they like him? Oh, it's because he's an edgelord. It's because he's irony poisoned and says the N-word. It's because I'm right. If, at the end of the day, you forget not only am I funny and hilarious and an edgelord and everything, I'm also the #1 most talented, best in the world at what I do. You often forget that. You often forget that I'm more cunning, I'm hip, I know all their tricks. They forget that. Gotta let them know. Gotta tell them. Tell them. Gotta remind them sometimes. Hey, thank you for that.
Grover Forever sent $100. MAGA equals Miriam Adelson governs America.
Yeah, no joke.
This scenario sent $100. If this is all truly Israel first, what does Israel have on Trump? It's not just campaign money. Trump has reneged on basically every financial obligation his whole life.
It doesn't work that way. It's not they have something on him. He is a man. They have convinced him it is necessary. Maybe it's nuclear blackmail, perhaps. He's been convinced that this is a strategic priority for the United States. I don't think you overestimate the prevalence of blackmail and how many people are just suckers, honestly. It's not to say that it doesn't happen, but people buy into these narratives, and I see it. I see young people drinking the Kool-Aid on this. You're not immune from propaganda.
Sneeko sent $100. Going unite, fuck Israel, #Nevervince.
Hell yeah. Thanks for the big super chat, Sneeko. Hell yeah. We're building an army here. We're building a Never Vance army. Who's with me? Goyim United will never be defeated. Goyim United will never be defeated. America First will never be defeated. I'm starting to sense Aiden Ross is against the war.
Hell yeah, man.
Clavicular is against the war, but he's not political. Sneeko is against the war. Bradley Martin, what are we, some kind of suicide squad? What is this, some kind of Groyper army? This is the Never Vance movement. America First, Never Vance. We got no more brother wars. Honestly, no more brother wars. We're all goyim to them. That's what they're not counting on. They want to play up division and rivalry and pettiness and hatred. Love must overcome all. Love for all Goyim to defeat the political influence of world Jewry. Goyim must unite all day, 100%. So I'm with you, dude. Sneeko, it's really like that. There's bigger fish to fry. Speaking of Lent, there's a bigger fish fry out there than, attacking each other and making fun of each other's religions. We're at war. There's a war going on out there, and you're going to have to take a side.
Versace Groyer sent $100. I love the smell of vindication in the morning.
Me too. Nothing better. You just have to, like, the feeling of satisfaction. I know it's a horrifying situation and everything, but it's like, wow. Because I took so much flack for that. Where are my apology forms? Yeah, that's not enough apology forms. More apology.
Narcissist is bandied about way too much. People don't even really understand what it means.
Forms. Where are my apology forms? I was right. I was right about all of this, about everything. And you were wrong. You gaslit me. You abused me. You mocked me. And you were wrong because you are stupid. Because you are a stupid goy. So submit your apology forms. Submit your apology forms now. If you opposed me, you owe me big time. Big time. They called me a Fed. They said I was working with Biden. They said I was working with Biden to get Kamala elected. That's why I said Trump would bring us to war in Iran. No, it's just because I looked ahead and I don't have a, what do they call it? I don't have a remote viewing technology It's called follow the money. It's called if you bet on Jews rigging it, you'll win every time.
I very much so doubt Touch
So,
Ross is bad.
Anyway, yeah, that was pretty good. I told you. Unmatched perspicacity.
On here anyway, from what I understand.
But anyway. But enough about me, please. Really. Honestly, it's not even about that.
Riddle Shoot
Seriously.
represent $100. Want to rejoin $100 Mo/Club. Ready to drop the $1,000 annual, but scared to do it because I got removed last time for being annoying and I don't want to be instantly banned. I'm locking in.
Well, don't be annoying, just maybe lurk a little bit, but I appreciate the big super chat. I don't know, maybe you shouldn't come back.
JRP sent $100. Boy Lives Matter. Jesus save us.
Yeah, so true.
Lane Roy % $100. America first and America only.
Hell
Christ is
yeah.
king. Let's all love Nick.
Yes.
Marble
Let's
Roy
all
%
love each other and
$250.
God.
Website is great and vindicated yet again. Have a great weekend.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for the big super chat. I
Anthony
appreciate
sent
it.
$200. Never Vance.
Never Vance. Never.
Reno Vincenzo sent
Never
$100.
ever.
Pure Infest 2026.
Pure and
Say
fast.
Lisa sent $100. I double dog dare Chris Pavlov. Ski to partner with Nicholas J. Fuentes. No balls.
Well, okay, look. We like Chris. We like Chris. He's
Yapping
okay.
to 3 sent $100. Nick, I hope the Zionist Jews crash and burn.
Well,
love your show.
Fucking Mick Jagger.
I don't know about that one, Chief. They seem to be doing okay. They seem to be winning a little bit.
Right again award.
Right again, on schedule. Oh, it must be that time when the broken clock is correct, which is every single hour. Insane. Yeah, no, I feel good about that one. But the reason I did all of that, and this is the last thing I'll say, then we're going to get out of here. That's our last big super chat. Look, this is an inflection point in the history of all of this. We are all on our journey with Trump and understanding how politics works. And we're also all on our journey discovering what is happening with Jews in the world. And this is the confluence of both of those things, okay? What happened in 2016 shook everything to the core, and the world has not been put back together, really. Trump came out in 16 with a radical notion that America would be governed by the people, that we would take the country back, that we would reclaim our sovereignty, our independence, our freedom, control over the government. That is a very radical idea. And we voted for Trump and we believed in that movement. And we have seen how and why it has failed. We've seen the institutional capture, the bribery, the corruption, the lobbying, and we see that Trump did not deliver it. But that is okay. It is okay. Because what Trump did in 2016 is he opened up that conversation and he created people like me.
Yeah, and he's also, the pressure is building in the pressure cooker. He hasn't relieved it. They let in 10 million people and he didn't get rid of them. So there's this pressure brewing in the electorate. Meanwhile, the Democrats aren't having children and they're dying off. So, I mean, hey man, things could be very different in 20 years. Very different.
Yeah, I was 18 years old when that happened and I was inspired. I was possessed by the idea that we would put America first. That's why I made this show. It's from his inaugural address. I started the show 2 weeks later. And when you take that to its logical conclusion, you find out who we are. You find out who you are. We are a Christian, European civilization. America is the fruit of this. It is the flower of this. It is the crown jewel of European, Christian, Western civilization. And if we don't reclaim control over it, we're going to lose it. And to do this, we need to engage in politics. We have to go to the centers of power. We have to go to government. We have to be cunning. We have to be clever. We have to be patient and prudent. And we have to dedicate our lives to seeing this through to the end, to fulfilling this. And so we've all learned a lot of lessons. That's okay. We've all learned a lot of lessons about how all of this works. Voting and DC and influence campaigns and so on. And now it is incumbent on all of us to be students, learn this stuff, get engaged, and try to seize on the opportunity whenever it presents itself. I went against Trump for a reason. I went against the Republicans for a reason. In 2020, I said destroy the GOP. In 2021, I told people not to vote in the Senate runoff. In 22, I got people not to vote for Joe Kent. In 24, I didn't vote for Trump. We are all on this journey here, and it's all leading to 2028. And the question is, will the MAGA movement take off? Will its intellectual vanguard take over? Will there be a genuine heir? Is there a real successor to the MAGA movement? Someone from the beginning, an OG who understands what's at stake, who is based, who understands what we're trying to do here? Or is the MAGA movement going to get folded back into the status quo in the way of J.D. Vance, who couldn't even be a bigger puppet if you wrote him in a story for the moneyed interests and for the foreign interests? That's what this is. So it's all coming to a head very soon in 2028. That's it. All right. We got a couple more here. Then I'm
Callie
out.
Groy sent $100. Mr. President, please destroy the black cube since you're already in the neighborhood.
Well, careful.
6 or 7 mil sent $271. Betting on your hotcakes is basically insider trading.
Honestly. I said on Thursday we would get strikes this weekend.
You did.
On Thursday, I said the talks collapsed. The war is imminent. I said they have talks scheduled for next week, but it ain't going to happen. I said the deadline is between Friday and Monday. Purim's on Monday. Called it, but okay. All right. Well, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. That's all I got for you. I will be back on Monday, most likely at 9:30 p.m. Okay, I'll be back Monday, 9 or 9:30 p.m. Central, right here on Rumble. So remember to subscribe, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. Check out our subscription website. If you want to support the show, be a subscriber, $15 a month. We have a brand new website. There's a discount going now, too. You get access to the whole archive, MP3 downloads, RSS feed, the whole library, great video player. $100 a month, you get in the group chat with me and hang out, ask questions, talk. But thank you to our top super chatters for tonight. Big thank you to Nigersaurus, 6 or 7 million, Miami Groipet, Marble Groiper, Pew.
Bro, he doesn't advertise. He doesn't force us to watch. I mean, man, it could be a lot worse, dude.
Niner, Tony Groipano, nice. Toucan, Wyatt,
I'm
Tony,
grateful for
Subversion,
what it is
Sneeko,
to get it.
Sneeko, the GOAT. All right, Boomer Hell,
complain, but
Radioactive Trash, New Groiper, AF Ginger, Groiper Forever, Versace Groiper, Rizless Chud Groiper, Lane Groiper, Callie Groiper, Yappington, Hell, Silesia, Reno, Lane, and the Scenario. Thank you to all of them. Thank you to our top super chatters, all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you on Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
I mean, I guess a little while. I did plan for it. I didn't know that stream, that he was going to come on. It's still early yet, too. So seriously, actually, I kind of want to see what the hell's going on. To be honest with you, see what's going on, like maybe I'm sure somebody's live right now, talking about counterattack, not more. Somebody's like NBC or something, or what their stupid say. They always have some dumb shit talking about. And I was watching the bunch of Olympics from like the '70s, or no, they were figure skaters. All the ones that won championships, won gold medals. Like I watched Christy Yamaguchi. What was the other one? The girl, Tanya Harding. Her and one woman from the '70s. And something struck me as odd that the women, they were much more graceful, much more meek, and like the style was like feminine, but it was strong and it was like really well defined. It was beautiful, but not in a masculine way, and it wasn't like that girl that won the gold, good honor and stuff, but it was like it had that boss bee kind of a tinge to it, and that's masculine. There's something masculine about that. And those girls that won in the '90s, the '80s, the '70s, I mean, one of them in the '90s, she says the first person she thanks, I want to thank God. I'm like, what? Like, I mean, I remember when people, when they gave it up to God. I mean, Tim Tebow was like the last one, but I just was thinking to myself, man, America was such a great place. Oh, it was such a great place. Like just a wonderful place to be with good people, good God-fearing people and I, I mean, it really, it's nice to look back and see how things were, and how to see how the styles had changed. And what's funny is I liked the older style better. It had more self-respect, more dignity, more, and it was more feminine. Because the women are never going to be, they're never going to be powerhouses. They're never going to be men. Men traditionally, especially in figure skating, their figure skating is they do the hard shit. It's the same thing with men with any, like, tap dancing, any of that stuff. Men are always going to be like more showy, more like, hey, look what I can do. They're out on the bleeding edge. Whereas women, they have to do a more technical, uh their side, it's got to be more technical, has to make up for that difference in strength and muscle mass. And they can't go as fast on the ice, they can't jump as high, but they can they can focus more on perfection, and elegance and grace. And there was one of the women, she used the Jurassic Park theme, bro. I got shat myself. I was like, what? Dude. And then another one in the 70s used the Captain Blood theme by Max Steiner, which was Errol Flynn's first movie. It was the precursor, same director and everything as Robin Hood, The Adventures of Robin Hood. Awesome, awesome soundtrack. Had like this trumpet, it was great, man. And they all kind of chose, like, I think Tanya Harding chose a Wild Thing by Tone Loc. I was like, dude, what the fuck, this is dope, man. I mean, they were just getting it in too, man. And they just carried themselves different. And then when they wait for their score, they were very meek and typically like feminine, really feminine, crying, like, clutching their coach, their mother, like, oh my God, I can't look, I can't want, they're crying just because they're worried, or, they've worked so hard. Like one girl, Oksana Bayul, I think her name was, a Ukrainian girl. Had to give her 2 injections of anesthetic for her to compete. That really creeped me out, man. I mean, like for like 5 minutes, it just, man, it really creeped me out. Like the fact that, they had to give her like cortisol injections or something. No, that's not good, man. That means you're doing damage to your body. The girl was like 16. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, oh God, no way that some German doctors gave her these injections and they were acceptable by the rules, but I guess she couldn't compete without them. But and as in Christy Yamaguchi, she was very slender and really technically good, but she didn't have the strength that all the other really the white girls had, the American girls, the blondes and stuff. But she like still won. I think she won a gold. Yeah, she won a gold medal. And like her and Tanya Harding, like, and then one other girl, they were like rivals for like a decade. Tanya Harding was the first one to do a triple axel, first American, excuse me. And it's just like, and back then it was, they were making history. They were making the sport beloved, and it really is a beloved sport. People that are figure skating fans, they're diehard figures. They go to the damned Olympics to see that shit. And it is impressive. And it is impressive. And when they fall, it's like you fall, you're like, oh shit, damn. And then when they stick some like gnarly ass move, you're like, oh fuck, man. I mean, it's crazy. And people snap their ankles all the time in that sport, man. your ankles, that's a lot of stress, man. You're standing on a fucking blade, dude. Two blades, a lot of times one blade, doing big jumps and coming down with a shit ton of force. Shit, man, the human body, it'll give out. There don't seem to be any news. Too many be anybody doing live. But well, Iron Games, although it's kind of boring. But yeah, I was watching those and it just struck me. It was just, it wasn't, it was nice. I was very nostalgic about it. It wasn't sad. It wasn't something that bothered me. But it was like, looking back in time and seeing it was a different time. My little brother, he seems to think that, you know, uh, yeah, right, sick for sure. But he seems to think that, for the last 100 years, you know, uh, things have been the way they are now. And I'm like, dude, no, no, no. Our birth rate was still replacement in 2000, bro. I'm like, all the shit that you think has been going on for 100 years. I'm like, no, it's only been going on since you were like 16, bro. Like straight up, man. I was like, I'm sorry to say, dude, or like, I mean, that's the case. It really is. And like when I look back at those girls, man, they were very much so feminine. And but also there's something about that drive, that, and there's something about that, that it's not masculine of them to want to be great, they can still do what they want to do and maintain grace and femininity, and still be attractive as a woman. And it struck me as kind of quite the contrast, because that girl, whatever her name is, the Asian girl, she like, that's what I'm fucking talking about in the camera. It just grossed me out a little bit, and I was like, ugh, oh, why did you have to do that? Why did you have to say that? It was just beneath you, and it was so vulgar. You're supposed to be this graceful bird on the ice, and you're like, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Like, oh my God, what do you fucking work at a strip club or something? Like, what the hell? And the first one I watched, it was from the 70s, and it was in like no, it was in Ukraine, or someplace that was Russian, or it was like Eastern European, and they were throwing bouquets of flowers out on the ice. She went and picked up every bouquet off the ice, dude. Dude, she had a thing like this, bro. She walking around with this huge armful of flowers, sticking her face in them and smelling them. I'm like, man, that's how women were, man. They liked flowers. They pretend to like flowers. Now, oh, why don't you get me flowers? They don't want no flowers, man. They would much rather you give them money or some shit like that. Like, they don't want flowers. They say, oh, why don't you bring me flowers, and like, it's like, who are you fooling? You don't want no flowers. Come on. Quit playing. Quit. It's, we know what you're doing. It's just an excuse for them to bitch. They don't really want flowers, but they can complain about not getting flowers because women used to like flowers. It's like, yeah, you don't like flowers. You're not into flowers. When have you ever smelled fucking flowers? You know what I'm saying? Like this girl, like 18, 20-year-old, man, she's sticking her nose on, and she was pretty too, man. She really was. She had short hair, but she pulled it off. She damn sure did. And they always have such nice legs, man. Those fucking figure skaters, bro. They have some killer legs. Great bodies too. You know, uh, I mean, the ones that actually are attractive, they're very attractive. Like Tanya Harding, that when I was watching her, she kept coughing when she wasn't skating, like when she was waiting to hear her score. And before she went out on the ice, she takes a hit off her inhaler, and I'm thinking to myself, Everybody had asthma when I was a kid in the 90s. Nobody has that shit anymore. What the hell was that, man? Something was going on there, dude. Because her coughing like that, it struck me as very odd. Like, that's not normal, man. What this like world class gold medal athlete is coughing? You know, like every, like 2 minutes, she's like, bro, that's odd, man. That's really weird. And when I was a kid, like half my classmates had asthma, man. Half the kids on my mighty or my Pop Warner team had asthma. It was weird, dude. There was something about the 80s and the early 90s where people really, and there's different things like autism wasn't really all that big of a thing back then. But man, asthma sure as hell was, man. It really was. Yeah, exactly. I get that there is something to the sentiment of the getting flowers. You're thinking of them or whatever, and women care about, they like, they're they have a need to constantly be validated, constantly be reassured. I know that. I mean, it's kind of a flaw, but it's like, you really don't have much of a choice. It's like, it's either do it or love them or leave them, love them or leave them alone kind of a thing. And I get that. I mean, if they want your attention, they're going to get it one way or another. Either they're going to get it, you're going to give it to them willingly, or they're going to take it from you with an argument. my dad, my dad beat me out to that game when I was like 12. My mom bitching at him. He's like, you can't win, boy. Don't try. Don't try. They're going to get it from you one way, whether you like it or not. So I've never really had any illusions about that. I don't let it get to me. I don't, I mean, it's the God's honest truth. You know, it's like if you don't give them the attention, so it's you're better off to give it to them willingly. Because really, nagging it's not fun. It just makes you hate someone. To my mind, I mean, that's how I feel about it. It just makes you hate a person being nagged by them all the time. And, if you're not going to put 110% forth, what's the point? You may as well just stay home. Kind of you know what I mean? That's kind of how I see everything. If you're not going to do it right, why are you going to do it? May as well just leave it be. You know? Yeah, that it's funny how watching those Olympics and those tournaments, I watched it for a good like 2 hours, man. Not even kidding. Only watched the women freestyle. And I was actually quite impressed. I was like, this is entertaining. It really is. Their grace and because you really don't see that from male athletes. Because with the female athletes back then, it really was about looking good and about like rhythm, staying with the music, landing your tricks or your stuff with the beat of the music. I mean, you get points for that kind of shit. And then also, like landing it perfect, like because when you come down for a landing, they kick their leg out, and that leg it has to be in the right position and stuff for it to kind of absorb all that kinetic energy from them. Because there's a lot of force, a lot of force and a lot of energy in your body to spin it like that. So, and you have to throw your leg out like that to get rid of it. Kind of like those like spoosh balls on compound bows. That's all those are. They're just a way to disperse. And what's funny about that is actually that's how trees survive hurricanes. Uh, People think that you want to thin out a tree, you want to lion tail it. They call it lion's tailing because you strip all the limbs out and you just leave a little fucking tuft at the end, and that will for sure make that tree fail. Because what happens is that tree doesn't have all the leaves to flutter and to disperse the energy because the wind is kind of dumping its energy onto the tree, and it's not just because it's more aerodynamic that's not good. What happens is because I've taken down trees and been spiked up in a tree that has no limbs on it, That shit is fucking wild. It's I mean, every time you make a step, man, the whole fucking tree shakes for 10 minutes, it seems like. You're just ready to get the hell down out of it by that time. When you've topped it and all that's left is a hat rack, yeah, you don't want to be up in there. Every time you kick it. I mean, in a lot of trees, you can see it wobbling beneath you because you look straight down at the ground, you kind of see the cross section of it. But that's how they disperse. Like, and I live in Florida. I've seen many a hurricane, and I've seen trees buck and yaw. That they'll get wild. I mean, they'll be going everywhere, but nothing will break off. You strip a tree out and lion tail it. Oh man, fucking limbs are busting off and falling. It's because there's something to harmonics. You know, uh, like that's why in the military they send that you don't march over a bridge. You can literally bring a bridge down with the right frequency. They send guys over staggered. They send them like three at a time or something. And if you ever see guys go across a bridge, they run across three of them at a time or something like that. And that's because you march across a bridge and the motherfucker might just collapse underneath you. Because it's like you ever see those harmonics tables where they put the sand on it and then the sand jumps? Yeah, man, that's what that shit is. You play a certain, and same thing that glasses break, crystal breaks, with somebody singing a certain frequency. That's what that shit is, man. Frequencies are very sound and energy waves. It's energy. And, structures are, well, my dad is, he's a draftsman. So, and this is why I know this shit. And he's like, yeah, you have to account for that shit. You have to account. And really, what engineering is understanding that a building is going to have weak points. So you put sacrificial weak points in, so you know where the weak points are, and you can stack it, and you can account for it. You put the weak points in because they're going to be there whether you like it or not. And if you don't put weak points in, that means you don't know where the weak points are. You can't shore them up. It's actually quite interesting. And I mean, I basically have the knowledge of an engineer just from going to eat meals with my dad and shit. Like, it's interesting. No, it really is how that shit works. A lot of people probably don't know that a fucking bridge will collapse underneath your ass if you march a thousand 100 guys across it. I mean, it's not for sure that it will, but there's a reason why they send guys staggered like that. And there's a reason why, like I said, that spoosh ball on the compound bow, that's so it doesn't make the the drawstring on the bow doesn't snap. It doesn't pow, because that'll scare animals away and shit. You want it to be silent. And it's just you got to disperse that energy. And like the opposite is a whip, a bull whip. It's doing the opposite. It's literally focusing that energy and then releasing it through sound at the end. It's actually pretty cool when you see somebody work a bull whip, because they really don't put a lot of energy into it. It's a whip, that thing's grabbing energy as it whips around. They actually don't put any sort of heat on that when they swing it. They just snap it. So that shit is so cool. I mean, and those guys that do it and they swing that shit, that's pretty dope, man. I mean, it is. And a lot of people think like Indiana Jones's whip, like people would get whipped with that. No, that shit is to fucking to you didn't whip your horse neither. Shit all it was to make a loud noise as loud as a gunshot to get that horse moving. Now spurs, on the other hand, that's different. But, all that stuff is interesting. I've always liked physics and really, I mean, it's just knowing about the world, and understanding that kind of stuff. It's it's kind of niche. You kind of have to like learning to really care enough to learn that stuff, because it's kind of useless. But it's like, I'm gonna learn shit regardless, whether I like it or not. So I may as well learn stuff that you know, interesting. I mean, because of course I could learn stupid shit. I could play video games. I don't play video games. I could watch fucking mindless cartoons like King of the Hill or some shit like that, like I did as a kid. But it's like so much time on the planet. And, if I'm gonna be doing something, I'd like it to profit me in the future. That's the way I look at it. Or if it's not gonna profit me in the future, at least let it be impressive. At least let it be something unique. And that's why I did the banjo, not the guitar. Because, I mean, I was looking for a pastime, and I just, like, just made up at like 20 or 18 or 20. I was like, I'm not playing video games anymore. That shit is a waste of fucking time. And thank God I did that too. I mean, thank God, because I can't imagine how it felt fruitless, and I couldn't justify it, and I just couldn't. I felt guilty. Like that's kind of how I feel, wasting time, or using not using my time wise enough, especially when I became an adult and started working. And, you have such a little time. Like, uh, people might think that, like right now I'm like dead time. It's like, no, it's not dead time. I didn't use my time very wisely in my childhood, and it's like, man, I'm making up for that shit now. Trust me when I say I'm making up for that shit now. I mean, trying to learn coding and stuff and this AI. I'm starting to actually learn it just because I'm interested in it, and it's like it can benefit me, helps with the gathering content and shit. But what's weird is I'm starting to understand all the jargon now. I mean, it is fucking dry, man, and it's tedious and it's jargon. I spent like 4 hours today trying to set up that OpenClaw AI assistant, because it's very in depth. Like 4 hours, man. And you know how that shit is on a computer? It's like you spend like an hour, and it's like you feel like you didn't do anything. You just totally wasted your time, and you're pissed off to boot. You're tired. Your back is hurting. You're just like, oh my God. Like, but at the same time, though, it's like, man, when I got my MacBook, it just, and it's funny, like when I got it, I didn't even know why I was getting it. I was just like, no, I want to get one of those, and I got one. And like with the year after I got it was me like figuring out how to kind of leverage it. After like 8 months, man, I was like, oh my God, thank God that I got this thing. Like, because I couldn't do this. I couldn't stream, couldn't, I mean, there's so much that it opened up. And it was like, if I couldn't have spent that money any better, I couldn't have got more bang for my buck. No way, no how. I've had this channel for like 11 years, 12 years, and only, like 2 months ago it got monetized. That's not a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like, it really made a difference. And also, the world's changing, like I feel like right now, YouTube is like the modern gold rush. Really. Yeah, there's not gold in the creek beds that you can just pick up out of the creek beds, like there was in in the 49ers in California. But man, you don't even have to leave your house and you can make a fortune. That's insane. Never. You never has that. You don't have to leave your house to become famous. That has never been the case. Never. I think to myself, like, man, how lucky is that? Like, I'm not, I'm a bit of an introvert. It's like, how lucky is that I don't want to leave my house and I can actually accomplish goals without doing that. Like, oh, thank God. Because you couldn't do that otherwise. I guess you could be a writer. You could be a writer, write novels or write stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just like to be able to accomplish things. by doing what I'm good at, what I'm best at, uh, learning and sort of pattern recognition, sifting through bullshit and kind of spotting, the pertinent information. That's just how I am. Like, and I've had people kind of look at me weird because I'll be like, yeah, I just didn't have enough data points. I'll be like talking about like dating or something like, I just didn't have enough data points at that time. It was like a couple years went by though, and I got the data I needed and I figured it out. And they're just like, bro, what the fuck are you like? You sound like a computer, bro, or you sound like an AI agent. But I'm like, well, that's how I see it. Because really, that's all everything is, data points. That's life. It's the collection of data points. And if you can't, the data is no good if you can't make head or tails of it, or if you can't draw the right conclusions with it. You know, it's not profitable if you can't, if you can't draw conclusions from it that benefit you, that advantage you. And that goes with stock trading. That goes with um career aspirations. You have to see where industry is going, where the money is going. That you have to be able to gather data and parse it and and process it. That's the modern world, man, and that's the world in general. Really it doesn't change in that fact. I mean, if well, and there are those people out there that just go through life without really ever thinking, without really ever consciously sitting down and being deliberate, intentional. And there are those people that, man, they just react. They just react. They react to stimuli. That's their life, is reacting to, and that just seems ass backwards to me. That's ridiculous. But that's so, like, man, you're gonna spend your entire life surprised. You're gonna spend your entire life behind the eight ball, the mark, the guy being taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be deliberate, because if you're not deliberate, you're gonna get taken advantage of by them that is. People that are deliberate, they're gonna take advantage of you. And I was watching the other day this European, like a Ukrainian or some shit like that, a friend. But he was showing how he made a YouTube channel and made like 100 grand, a couple 100 grand on this YouTube channel that he didn't even his face wasn't in, he didn't speak in. He used an AI model to speak everything. He wrote the script and then just had AI tweak it. He didn't just put out AI slop, but he was explaining how he figured this out. And there are AI models that will help you find a niche on YouTube. That's what this guy did. What he did was he basically he spotted an opening in the market, and the dude made money. He showed it was like 100 grand in like 3 months, bro, and he was still making money off the videos. What he did was he seen there was a couple of guys in Europe that were driving like that. I'm talking driving dangerous, bro. These dudes are doing like a buck 80. Everybody else is doing like 80. And they're just, I mean, and shit was tight. The traffic was pretty damn tight. You're talking about only one or two car lengths between cars. And these guys are, I mean, it's like, fuck, man. You hesitate for a split second, you're a dead duck, man. Well, they were recording this shit. So what he did was, and they had like, it was like an hour of it. He went in there and chopped it up and made like 20 episodes out of it. And he would repurpose the footage, and like just switch it around. And he would even repurpose thumbnails. He would change them just slightly. It would be the exact same thing, but the face would be different. It'd be have like a guy with like a hoodie on, and like red words behind him. It's like, how do the cops not stop this guy? Why isn't anybody stopping this guy? And he was paying attention to people's comments, what people were saying, and he was also deliberate about his comments. Like he said, with one of the videos, uh, he said he saw somebody say, why the hell isn't why is anybody stopping? He said a lot of people watch those, like, they get mesmerized, stuck to it because they're like, what the fuck? How is nobody stopping this man? Well, homeboy seen that, like, this one comment saying that got like 2,000 fucking thumbs up. So he made a video with that as the name. Bro, he made like 30 grand off that video, dude. But the thing is though, man, you're talking about hacking brains, bro. It's like Pavlov's dog kind of stuff, using tricks, psychological tricks and shit. Like making the colors on the thumbnails more vibrant, pop, make them pop more. He's like, yeah, that makes a big difference. And there's a reason why they have a thumbnail tester where you can do an A thumbnail and a B thumbnail and control for each one and pick the better one because it really does make a difference. Bro, that was so disheartening for like that the rest of that night. I was seriously questioning whether or not I wanted to do this, bro. I mean, seriously, if it's just a matter of a formula, just kind of you do this, that, and the other, and you're good. I mean, it's not guaranteed you'll go viral, but the way that the guy went about it, I was like, geez, man, this doesn't take any effort. This isn't a challenge. This is just how do I game human beings? How do I turn on their nervous system, get their nervous system to freak out, make them freak out in there. "Oh, why is this not being stopped? Or this is insane. He's gonna get people killed." Just tapping into people's instincts, their feelings and shit. And I was just like, it was so demoralizing. I'm like, dude, do I even want to fucking do this bullshit? That's all I have to do, man. And I was thinking about, I was like, at the very least, man, it's a good stream of income. You get your foot in the door, make you make a stake, just off a stake money, a bankroll, and go do something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, or invest in stocks or whatever. And but it occurred to me, I was like, but you know what? Uh, that's when I started thinking, maybe this is just our entrepreneurship, you know, because the 20th century was all about entrepreneurship, flipping houses and this and that, all that stuff, running businesses, General Notion stores, grocery stores, businesses blowing up and becoming multinational, all that shit, Walmart and all that's, stock trading. And I was thinking, it just occurred to me, I was like, there was the gold rush, and that was easy. That was stupidly easy. You went to a fucking river, walked up, put some sand in a pan, and you had gold. You made bank, man. You just go pick up the gold out of the fucking riverbed. I mean, that is. I mean, I guess it's difficult to get there, but it's not challenging. It's like I see it as like a battle of wits. You know what I mean? Like me against, me figuring it out, feeling it out, understand, and collecting the data and parsing it, processing it, which, it's easy to do that. They provide the data, the analytics, but you have to be able to make head or tails of it. And that is still difficult. But it did get me down for a little bit, man. Just watching the video, I was like, I don't like this video. The information was illuminating, and helpful. But just the fact that it made it just that much less, it just made it less appealing to me because I was thinking, man, this is a challenge. This is pitting your wits against the world, against humans, against other people, competition, getting people to tune in, getting people to feel something, to and relate, for things to resonate, and that's I think that's a really think that's a really a noble or not a noble, not necessarily a noble aim, but a noble cause. Like, that's real satisfaction right there. That I mean, I get real satisfaction from it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things you're born with. You know what I mean? Like you didn't do anything to get it. and it's hard for me to feel good about things that I didn't earn. And that, like, especially with like this, like, I really feel good about it, when like I figure something out. It's like, oh man, it's a really, it's honestly, it's what makes it worthwhile, and honestly, I could do this for the rest of my life and I would be happy doing it. In in history, most men, I mean, I probably still have kids, but it's like, most men didn't though. A lot of men became priests or died in wars, disease, famine. Most men didn't have children. And they got along, they didn't commit suicide. You know what I mean? They found I think women it's a little different, but with like us, you can find uh gratification and satisfaction in a lot of things, and not only that, you can mentor other guys, like mentor family members, or just people. And so it's not like that's just closed off to you. And I always wanted to be a teacher when I was a kid. I don't know why. I fucking hate teachers now. I think they're leeches on society, on the ass of society. At least today's, and they're fucking pedophiles, these women. It's disgusting. Taking advantage of young boy. Oh, it's so filthy. It's as evil as it is when men do it. Really is. Because that kid can't. He doesn't know any better. You're taking advantage of that poor kid. You're taking advantage of him. But women, they don't think it's the same. Because women they can't do wrong. That's the way they think, anyways. It's like, but what he wants to do it. It's like, yeah, so do most of the girls, I'm sure. But you don't give a shit if the guy's 30 and the girl's 16, you think that's evil. Yeah, well, the girl probably was fine with it. But you'd still advocate for that girl to go to or that guy to go to jail because he's a minor. It's like she can't consent. By law, she can't consent. She's not old enough to consent. And it's just like, it's the same either way you look at it. You're taking advantage of a young kid. You're scandalizing a kid, and Jesus said, those, scandalize one of these little ones, or, if you scandalize these little ones, millstone should be hung about your neck and flung into the sea. Or it'd be better if you had a millstone hung about your neck, or thrown into the sea. And, it strikes me as true because it's disgusting when you see these women doing it because it's like, men may have done that in the past, but it's not accepted by society. I don't tolerate it. You don't tolerate it. Women don't tolerate it. Nobody tolerates it. Prisoners in jail don't tolerate that shit. Women, though, for some reason, they get a pass or they think they deserve a pass. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. And they want to act like we're the problem. It's like, no, we're not the problem. We agree with you. Those are scumbags. We agree. We're not the scumbags. Like, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't have the right to do that, you fucking bitch. You don't have the right to do that. You're not the judge and jury of men. And matter of fact, you're not the equals of men. You're not the superiors or even the equals. You have absolutely no place to be judging men. To be, I mean, they don't. They don't. They have no place. I mean, and I think we have a place to judge them. It's like they expect us to fucking to make up the difference, to you know make up for their deficits. We have to do that, and you know, it's like we have to provide for ourselves and make up for their deficits. Provide for their and that, like, oh, I've got a college degree, this and that, and you date her for a few months, come to find out she has $80,000 in fucking student debts that she expects you to pay for. Yeah, you got me fucked up. You're crazy. I mean, they do that shit. I see it all the time, and it's like, whoa. And sad thing is the guy is doing decent enough to where, he cuts a deal with her, and he or helps her or whatever. And it's never good enough. It's never good enough. It's like, they you help them pay off their debt, but they're pissed that they have to pay 50-50 or some shit like that. It's like, what the fuck? You're fucking making out like a bandit. What is your problem? Like, Jesus. I mean, that's why you know, they're like I just seen the other day, shit, in like the 60s, 18% of women in their 30s didn't have children. It's 50% now. That's fucking crazy. It's like in 2 decades, went from 18 to 50. Bro, that's not good, man. They're going to make our lives a living hell. If we think it's bad now, we think they're treating us, and I've always known this, that, women, they get bitter as fuck, man. They get so bitter. They feel entitled to that stuff. I mean, it is what it is. I don't behoove. I mean, if they go hard, go hard in the paint, shit. Yeah, it's starting at 39. I'm just gonna wait for it. Oh fuck. God damn it, I didn't type that out. It's starting in 25 seconds. Or no, 10 seconds. Uh, hmm, that's whack, man. I hate that. It fucks my train of thought up, man. And then it's like, you're on a roll. You got one idea after the other. Keep it going smooth, and that fuck shit happens, man. Throws you off totally. Throws me off totally. And now I don't know where I was, and I don't know where I'm going. It's like, fuck, man. Son of a bitch. Hate that shit. I really do, man. Because it's like, now it's like I draw a blank basically, more or less. I mean, all I have to do is get talking though, and I'll jump on something. But yeah, like I do a lot of thinking, I suppose, and whatnot. Like I love literature too, man. I can recite Hamlet, Othello, Julius Caesar, Richard III, uh, uh, Henry V. I can, for Saint George, Saint Crispin's Day speech. Uh, but I can recite all those stories by heart, especially Othello and Hamlet by heart. I can every single part the whole way through. I love that shit, especially Othello. I don't know what it is. It's so good, especially Othello. I mean, because it's like, there's some racism in there, bro, and I just like it. What a fortune doth the thick lips owe if he can carry it thus. I mean, the thick lips, bro, like, dude, and then there's another part where, he steals this guy's daughter, Desdemona, and the guy's like, how, you fucking, you gave her some potion or some spell, and, because how could she marry what she feared to look on you and your sooty black bosom? Bro, it's hilarious, dude. It's so funny, dude, and so much of the phrases and the sayings that we use, like it was all Greek to me. That's from Julius Caesar, straight up. And wearing your heart on your sleeve, that's from Othello. Straight up, man. When it's the beginning opening where it's the opening scene, and he's saying, yeah, the guy's like, why do you follow him if you hate him? And he's like, I follow him to serve my turn upon him. That's what he says. I follow him to serve my turn upon him. I'm gonna make this motherfucker pay, and I'm gonna do it with a smile on my face. It's well, I mean, I like to read, but I really like those aren't books, right? They're plays. They're plays. I mean, I wish more of them. Like, I really like the Laurence Olivier movie, like the Othello that is what's his name? Orson Welles did an Othello. I don't really like that. I don't really like it. He also did a Falstaff too, or I think he did a Henry V or Henry V. And he played Falstaff. It was all right. I just don't really care for his. I like his movies. I just don't like his Shakespeare. But Laurence Olivier, I mean, oh my god, dude, his mannerisms as Othello, bro, they remind me of black people. It's like holy fuck, Shakespeare was a badass, bro. And so is Laurence Olivier. The way he laughs, it's a giggle. And I'm like, whoa, dude, this dude really had them clocked in their mannerisms, clocked, and they haven't changed. They're very, that's their culture, their particular way, and Othello was a black man, or he was a Moor. I don't, Moors aren't really black, the Sudanese are, but I don't think Moors are. But that was, that's what the story was about. And it's just such a good movie. Bloody Book of Law. Bloody Book of Law, you shall read the bitter word. I forget what he said, exactly what he said. I had it earlier, but like the guy's saying, my daughter's been stolen, she's been stolen from me. And he's like, who did this? The Duke is like, who did it? You'll read the bloody Book of Law and speak the general censure or something like that. Basically saying, you'll have his ass for this shit. And then he goes, the more works for the Duke though. And then the old man says, him, points at him, and the Duke's like, what? What the fuck? What did you do, Othello? Like, is he right? Did you give her point? And what's funny is back then, they probably really believed that people could cast spells on people or like make potions, He's a Moor, he's from Africa. They don't fucking know what those people do. And he's the only one in all of Venice, like it's it's such a good story though, and it's like tragic. Iago dies at the end, the guy who's serving his turn up because he literally serves his turn upon Othello. He fucking drives him insane with jealousy. He like literally tricks him into thinking that his wife is cheating on him, and he fucking strangles his wife and then kills himself. And then Iago gets skewered on a sword. It's crazy. Pretty much everybody dies. Yeah. And Desdemona, she knows she's gonna die. She's like, yeah, I've seen this before. I've watched a man strangle, or I've seen a man, strangle his wife. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, and what's weird is like the way Othello is in despair about it, and he's like flailing and crying and gnashing his teeth. It's very emotional and very African. It's very familiar to me, very familiar. And I'm like, man, that I mean, and I'm not saying it's not even a bad thing necessarily. We all have our peccadillos, and all our cultures have their peccadillos, and it's just interesting how there's a through line there. Even the black people in America, which is, Othello was written prior to America, so that, there were no American African or African Americans at that point. But even before that, like black people in America today, there's a through line, and you can see it in a character that somebody wrote. That's wild, man. Like somebody wrote like the behaviors that are familiar to me. Honest Iago. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I mean, that's exactly what he says. What's crazy is Iago's such a snake in the grass. They call him Honest Iago. He's known as Honest Iago because, he like always plays the honest guy, like, he'll say something in passing and Othello will be like, what was that you said? And then he'll like bandy about, beat around the bush. Like, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. He's like, bullshit. You just said something. And now you won't tell me, you won't repeat it as if it's too evil to repeat or too evil or too upsetting to me to say it. And that's how he tricks him. That's how he gets him. He hooks him by, kind of just sort of innuendo. And then he starts manipulating the Othello's lieutenants or one of his other lieutenant into asking Othello because Othello fires one of his guys, and that guy advocates to Othello's wife and asks her to speak on his behalf to Othello. And Iago basically tricks Othello into thinking that he's trying to or he's fucking his wife. That's basically, and yeah, that one's really good. So is Richard III, and so is Hamlet is fire, dude. Hamlet is so good, man. So good. Like, and I love how those stories have me thinks it's a dark night or whatever they say. And also how at the end of every act there's a rhyme. He does the last two verses of every act rhyme. Like, uh if what does he say? If our says if our statesmen or something let this injustice uh uh go free, bond slaves and pagans shall our statesmen be. And it's the same thing in Hamlet. It's the same thing in Richard III. All of those plays, he did that at the end. It's so cool though because it's like kind of like has a song like rhythm. You know what I mean? That rhyme at the end, and it's just at the end. It's just at the end, man. But I'll tell you what, dude, you will remember those rhymes. That's the first thing you'll remember. You know what I mean? That's the first those are the first lines that you'll memorize. It's the weirdest thing, dude, because of the rhyme. It sticks in your head. And he must obviously he had a really good grasp on psychology and literature because obviously he understood that. Obviously. And kind of going out with a bang, ending the scene with a bang, and these are 30-40 minute scenes, but that's what it is, he's and then like in Richard III when he does the uh thou is the winter, no, uh it's thou is the winter of our discontent, that speech, it's a soliloquy after all the other lords and the king leave the palace. He just stands there talking, and he says he goes, I can do all of this and cannot get a crown. Tut tut. Were it further off, I'd pluck it down. Like, I love it. It's so good, man. It's so fire, dude. It's fucking clutch, man. I could listen to it. I could listen to just that for the rest of my life. Just Shakespeare. If there was decent movies that they were all decent, had decent movies done. That one, and I could find one for each movie, I would love it. And even if I would probably still read some of it too. And I really like the Broadway. Like I have the Richard Burton Broadway version of Hamlet. And what's really cool, Hume Cronin plays Laertes' father. Hell is his name? He's basically the king in Hamlet, the Danish king. Hamlet's uncle is the king after his father dies. His uncle murders his father, pours poison in he pours hemlock in his ear. And then his dad's spirit comes and talks to him and tells him, yeah, he fucking killed me, poured poison in my fucking ear while I was taking a nap in the courtyard. And then Hamlet goes mad, and really not that he goes mad, he sets out to kill the bastard, but he can't figure out, like, he has a chance, and then he realizes his uncle is repenting in prayer, and he's like, fuck that, I'm not. He sent my father off with all of his sins still on his conscience, so that he's in purgatory. And I'm not going to send this asshole to heaven. I'm not going to fucking send him when he's fit to go to heaven, you know, because he's repenting. So he doesn't kill him there, and because he doesn't kill him there, he ends up dying. He ends up being killed by a poison blade. Laertes and him duel at the end. Laertes, the king, gets Laertes to put poison on his fucking, because he's supposed to be the best swordsman in Denmark, but lo and behold, Hamlet has been practicing like a motherfucker. Yeah, I've never seen Macbeth. I need to see Macbeth because it is the Scottish. Got to do that. Oh, King Lear's good too. King Lear's excellent, and so is I have seen Throne of Blood. I have seen the Akira Kurosawa Macbeth. I have seen that. I've also seen the you know, like I said, the King Lear version of Kagamusha. I think it's called. Really good. But there, man, there's such. I want to watch The Tempest, or I want to read The Tempest, because there's something about that character Caliban where he talks about, you know, all the thousand twinkling twanglings in mine ear, you know, and then I go to sleep and dream about such wondrous things that I wake up and you know, I miss it so much that you know, shed tears. You know, it's really really sad, but like poignant. Man, it's just such good literature. Oh yeah, Romeo and Juliet too. Fucking excellent, excellent. It's a tragedy, of course, but still really good. Like really good. Uh, Although I must say, really, the tragedies are the best, and all of my favorites are the tragedies. I'm not really one for the comedies. Like Merchant in Venice is okay. Like there's the Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton one, but you know, it's not as thought provoking. It's not as interesting. The tragic ones are more interesting because they have something to do. And what's funny is tragedies always end in deaths, comedies always end in marriages. That's a fact. That's that's um uh Shakespeare's formula. Comedies always end up in marriage. And it's always funny how it happens, you know. It's always funny how it happens. Like the people that end up getting married, you know, were like enemies at the beginning, or like comical enemies. But I definitely prefer the tragedy, especially Hamlet, because you know it's like struggling with real human emotion, like you know where he's like to be or not to be, you know, or like when he's talking to Ophelia, get thee to a nunnery. You know, wilt thou be a breeder of common knaves? You know, why would you want to uh breed with common, you know, have a knave's children? Why would you want to be a breeder of knaves? Why do you want to have kids that are going to end up being like these assholes? You know, get thee to a nunnery. Get thee to a nunnery. But that's, and what's crazy is, dude, if a woman didn't get married, she went to a nunnery. Like, and that's, we're in trouble, man. Like I was saying earlier about these women, you know, stuff like this happened all the time. A lot of men died in wars and in periods, you know, wartime and stuff. And a lot of women end up going off to nunneries. We don't have nunneries, bro. Not anymore. These women are gonna end up going off to insane asylums or like fucking radical Antifa and who knows. It's not gonna be good. Not gonna be good at all, man. At least the nunnery, same thing with the priesthood, gives you people to socialize with that don't have kids as well. You know, that really eats at women, having to be around their all their friends are married and stuff. It really hurt. It really it makes them miserable. You know, it's something. It, as women, they really respond. They have a fear of missing out. That really, they have a social thing. You know, and that really, they have a tough time with that. You know, they have a tough time contenting themselves. You know, and that's their burden. You know, we can't fix that for them. That's part of them. You know, but it isn't a lie. It's the truth. You know, and it's not like that gives me any pleasure to say that. You know, just the honest truth. but to a nunnery. And she ends up going mad too. Ophelia. He breaks her heart like because he's really passionate with her before the story starts. Then he starts going crazy, or he starts going mad with anger for his uncle and his mother, contempt for his mother because she marries his uncle as soon as his dad dies practically. And like it really bothers him that she so like he even says the 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 funeral meats, the food of the funeral furnished forth they reused it for the marriage. Put it that way. That's exactly what he says. The fucking sweetmeats they used at the funeral were leftovers at the fucking wedding. This evil, like he really has a, and his father even told him as a ghost, like, yo, fucking send that fucking brother of mine to hell, but leave your mother alone. Leave your mother alone, like don't hurt her, don't go after her. She doesn't deserve it. Because women are, that's that's in women's nature to move on pretty quick because in history, women kind of had to move on pretty quick. If a war broke out or the neighboring tribe went to war with their tribe and the neighboring tribe won, they killed all the men and then they took all the women. And humankind wouldn't continue on if all the women committed suicide because their husband's dead. No, they don't commit suicide. They just adapt. They, they accept what's happened and they have more kids. And that's a good thing. That's how it's got to be. It wouldn't work if it wasn't that way. It reminds me of Barry Lyndon, the movie that Kubrick did with or no, it's O'Brien something. Tatum or no O'Neill. Ryan or I think it's Ryan O'Neill or Tatum O'Neill's dad. But there's a scene in that where he steals an English officer. He's in the British Army. He steals an English officer's horse and his dispatches, and he's the officer's gay, and he stumbles across these two gay officers in the river, like holding hands, talking like, "Oh, I love you so much, Richard." And all their clothes are laying on the fucking horses and shit. And he just grabs the clothes, grabs the horse's reins, and just starts walking away. Like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. Because he thought it was going to be glorious and an adventure, but it was really seedy, and because uh soldiers were basically pickpockets and thieves. Every village they went through, they stole everything from, and they raped all the women practically, and that really bothered him. So he runs, then he stumbles across this like German woman with a little like a toddler, and she barely speaks any German or any English. He speaks German. He like spends a weekend with her. He just has to pay for some food or a meal, and then they end up just, I guess, spending the weekend together. And then the narrator says, this castle had been breached or had been occupied many times before Barry had arrived. It had been stormed many times. And then he said, and a woman uh, who loves soldiers had better be prepared to change lovers rather often. And then he ends up getting captured, or he ends up getting pressed into the Prussian army, which is even worse than the English army. Like the treatment is worse. Everything, they beat you. You get a beating. They make you walk the gauntlet, and they fucking cane you as you walk the gauntlet. It's funny, and I guess they're even worse, more thieves and pickpockets, and he ends up falling in with a bad crowd. And he ends up being like like so bad that when they're giving him a commendation, they're giving him money for saving a captain's life. Uh, and the battalion leader's like, you know, uh, you did a good job by saving Captain's Potsdam, but you're a disgusting motherfucker, and you do evil shit. And he's like, I may have fallen in with a bad company as of late, But you know, you say I should go to the devil, and he goes, and I would for the regiment. Like I would for the regiment. I would gladly go to the devil for the regiment. Like because he's sucking up to him and shit. He's like straight up, like, yeah, you're right. I fallen in with bad company, but I've only done as others have done. Like he's like giving himself excuses and shit. Like, yeah, I've only done as others have done and shown me. Like, it's not my fault. Oh man, that's a great movie too. Great Kubrick film. I love Kubrick. He's really killer. Spartacus, another killer movie. Fucking fire. And I watched The Adventures of Don Juan the other day with Errol Flynn. Man, I haven't seen that movie in a long time, and honestly don't even fucking remember it. But it was like one of those Robin Hood, Captain Blood type movies. And I think Michael Curtiz, who did Casablanca, Robin Hood, Captain Blood, think he also did that one. And Max Steiner, who did all the fucking the basically did every good movie soundtrack before 1960. Like every one. Dude, I think he did Casablanca. I mean, all of them, bro. Literally all of them. He did that movie King Richard and his Crusaders that I was watching recently about the Scotsman wrote. I mean, dude, he did all the best fucking movies, man. It's the weirdest thing, dude. I mean, he's a great composer. But that Don Juan movie, I was watching it and the music, bro, they've used that in every movie where they're kind of making fun of those old swashbuckler movies. Dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun. Bro, like like pirate movies and shit always have it. Yeah, man. And it was just like, what the fuck? This is where that they got that fucking cliche ass fucking music from. And the whole movie is just that. Dun, 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 dun. It's just like fucking hilarious. It was a great movie though. Kind of cheesy. He was a little bit older and he was a drunk, as you know. And it really took its toll on him. But in that movie, obviously, somebody had a talking to him, or somebody had said, "Hey, man, you're you're falling off," or something to that effect. Because the fucking fight scenes with the swords, I've never seen. And I think he did his own stunts and everything. And the way he did it, it was like he didn't pull punches, man. Like he did not pull punches. Like when he would swing his rapier, like swing that bitch and like whip people with it. But when he did it, man, it looked like he was really fucking doing it, dude. It was like, whoa, man. And when he would lunge, I mean, it was just like lightning fast. Like I never seen another actor do it like that. Not once, man. And I was like, God damn, he's really showing. It was like wasn't that he was showing off, it was that he was trying to make a point. You could tell that he was saying, "Motherfuckers, I'm not over the hill." Because he was still, relatively young, relatively, still as handsome as he was when he was younger, but he certainly wasn't as sprightly and as gay and fun and, and effervescent. He was very much so more like cynical, always had something slick, always had something ready to say. But that's the character, of course. But it was a really good movie, but it was made by it had all the same characters from Robin Hood. The guy who played Little John played his sidekick in that one too. And same character. Well, the Captain Blood was the first one, but didn't have all the same characters, but it had the same uh the uh the little crew that Warner Bros used in the 30s. It's the same. All the propaganda movies from World War II done by uh Warner Bros. All the same guys that were in Robin Hood, all the same guys that were in Captain Blood. I mean, I've seen all these fucking movies so many times that I know all of it. I mean, I know the guys that are stock players, the guys that they use over and over because I've seen all those movies and I know, oh yeah, these are the same guys that they use in every fucking movie. Same thing with like John Ford, with like John Wayne movies. It's the same 10 guys and all the Searchers, She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, Stagecoach, even they all have the same fucking characters. Every one of them. You know, like Stagecoach, the bartender in Stagecoach. That guy's literally in every single one. And then even after John Ford died, John Wayne put most of those guys in the Alamo because he directed it. But like the Searchers, there's that guy Mose Harper. He's like the crazy Indian. That dude is in every single John Ford movie before that. Every one of them. I mean, I love those movies. Ward Bond was another one. He was in all of those. He was in Grapes of Wrath that John Ford did with Henry Fonda. John Carradine, who was in Stagecoach. I love movies. That's my shit, man. I love it, dude. Storytelling. You know, that's you know, England has literature. They have Shakespeare. Germany, they have Goethe. Uh, everybody has their literature. Seems like America, we have literature. We have Mark Twain. We have Edgar Allan Poe. But we also have Hollywood, bro. Hollywood told some amazing stories, man. Truly amazing stories. I mean, really, and like those Warner Bros. Movies, like Robin Hood, dude, they pulled out all the stops for Robin Hood, the costumes, the color, the Technicolor film. I mean, it's just pops, man. It's larger than life because it's all. I mean, you know, the Robin Hood's outfit. Every single Robin Hood after that wears the exact same outfit, but it's so pretty. It has fucking like jewels on it, sparkles on, you know, like stones and shit. It's made of leather, super ornate. It's so cool, man. Same thing with Don Juan. Every single fucking outfit he wore was so pretty, so colorful, so ornate. Ah, such good movies. And that King Richard and his Crusaders, the same thing. They used the Technicolor film, uh beautiful, and you know, because it was the heraldic period of the Middle Ages, you know, where everybody had a different coat of arms, and they're super colorful, so everybody had a beautiful costume on, everybody. And most of those had the same villain. The guy who was the villain in that King Richard and his Crusaders, he was the villain in Don Juan. And it's weird that Don Juan, that guy he looked like a monster, bro. Because they gave him black hair, and then they fucking put like dark shit around his eyes, dark stuff around his lips, bro. He looked fucking evil, bro. It was creepy to watch him. He's not creepy in every other movie. He's creepy as shit in that movie. I mean, he looks like a vampire, and all of his outfits are like black with like a red thing here or some shit, and he has black hair, but he's dressed like fucking dressed to kill, bro. And his shit's just as ornate, jewels all over it. The beautiful clothes, man. You know, with the collar, like the Shakespeare, goofy looking ruffled collars. Um, you know, but it was like it made him look menacing, though. It really did, man. It's a great movie though. It really was. And it was at first I was like, man, this is a campy ass movie, man. It was just like a half-ass movie that they spent a lot of money on the appearance and the music. But then as I watched it, I was like, no, no, this is a damn good movie, actually. You know, and it was actually a really good script. You know, they really didn't half-ass those movies. And Captain Blood, that was a book by Raphael Sabatini in the early 1900s, you know, the 1920s. I read that and The Seahawk, which the Seahawk he also did, Errol Flynn, and it was about an Englishman being captured because he was a sailor. He was captured by Muslims, Saracens, and he was sold into slavery. But he was such a great fighter and commander of men that the caliph or the sultan employed him as like a general or a no, he employed him as like a pirate. His ship was called the Seahawk, and he raided. But he was a white man, but he was like super high ranking because of his ability and his skill. You know, like cool ass beard and shit, really cool clothes. And it was crazy. The head of the harem, she was an Italian woman that had been stolen from the coast of Italy. Because back then they raided those Muslims to to stock the slave market and to you know, to feed their harems, they raided Europe. They literally just raided Europe. Like I was saying, like last night or the night before, you know, like 10 miles inland on the entire Italian coast, the Greek coast, the Spanish coast, total ghost towns, abandoned villages, because those fucking Moors did so much raping, so much fucking, so much killing, so much looting that people just packed their shit up and left their fucking houses, man. Said, fuck this, dude. These insane fucking Muslims. I'm good. And what's crazy is the Muslims, they weren't like particularly brave or anything. They sailed within sight. They never left sight of land. They just followed the coast all the way around the fucking Mediterranean until they got to Italy. And then they would sit in a cove, wait for a ship to go by, and then fucking jump out and attack it, catch it unawares and kill everybody. But the woman that was the head of the Sultan's harem, she was a fucking old Italian woman that had like poisoned and like reputation savage. She had like underhandedly worked her way up the ladder of this fucking harem, and like she would, if the Sultan started, his gaze started going to another woman, she would like kill her or have her killed or do some underhanded shit to get rid of her or like, crush her under her thumb or under her boot. It was a fucking badass book, bro. That Raphael Sabatini wrote some good fucking swashbuckling stories, man. No joke, dude. It was some great stories, man. I mean, they're like old timey stories. You'd think they were written in like the 1700s, but they weren't. They were written in like 1920, bro. Like in the fucking, when the stock market booming or the stock market crashed and shit. Raphael Sabatini. They're really good books, though, man. I mean, I read them both because the first one was so damn good. And they made him the Captain Blood was definitely the better one. And I think he was a real person too, Captain Blood. He was a real pirate. And it was a really cool story. It's funny too, I was watching the Captain Blood recently and they're like sold into slavery by King James and then they're shipped to Port Royal, Jamaica. And they're like in the hold of this ship and everything, you know how ships are, those ships, bro, you know how cramped they are? You had to fucking walk with your head down. The guys are like 5'4", and they have to fucking put their head down to walk under the deck. Bro, in that movie, these guys, they're in a room that's like a fucking soundstage, bro. You could fit like another ship in this room practically. It was ridiculous. So big, and it's such a big scale. The steps to get, because the guy's like, give us more water at the grate. And they like crush his fingers because he's like reaching up through it. And he starts coming down the steps. Well, it looks like high school football bleachers. You know how they're kind of like big steps? Or they're not you like sit on concrete steps. They were like that, but they were just super overscaled steps. That because the whole room was made to scale. Their chains were like this, bro. They look like fucking anchor chains, dude. Like what the fuck? Who was in charge of making this set? Fucking idiot. I mean, because it's funny, they're like in this room and there's 6 feet of fucking ceiling above them. I'm like, really? Like, what the hell? This is like it's supposed to be the late 1600s, early 1700s. These guys are on a ship going to Jamaica, and they're in the one of the holds, and this son of a bitch, it's got holds like a museum in it. It's just fucking massive, bro. I mean, it was a good movie though. It was a fucking killer ass movie. Um, I think it was one Olivia de Havilland. She was also the girl that was in Robin Hood, and that was her first movie. That was his first movie too. It wasn't her first movie. It was his first movie. But they did like 10 movies together after that because they had really good chemistry. And that's one of my favorite movies, to be honest. Like Michael Curtiz, one of my favorite directors. He did Casablanca. He did Flamingo Road. He did Mildred Pierce. He did like I said, Don Juan. He did so many good movies. I think he did one called Passage to Marseille with Humphrey Bogart. Really good one. It was about Devil's Island. He did a lot of movies, man. He was a great director. He really was. Really was. Like, and you know, not only did were the movies good, but I've been watching Tex Avery cartoons like MGM, and when he was at Warner Bros. Doing Looney Tunes, and then he went to MGM and did Tom and Jerry. You know, he's like a redheaded Texan. You know, like just a good old boy. You know, good old just a redheaded Anglo-Saxon white American. You know, big old thick Coke bottle glasses. But he was such and you know, he directed most all of those, or the guy who produced them was that Fred Quimby. You always see that fucking name, Fred Quimby. Quimby. And then Tex Avery, you know, he was like the brains behind all that stuff. I mean, really, those are the genesis of cartoons, American and even Saturday morning cartoons. They set the bar, man. I mean, you know, you had Disney too, like Snow White and stuff, but he wasn't as prodigious, you know, as those cartoonists. And they basically brought us caricature, you know, cartoons, you know, the graphics of a cartoon, you know, how pretty they are. You know, that was and there's something to cartoons. They're slapstick, but and they are formulaic, but there's something genuinely oh yeah. There will be blood. That is a fire movie. Oh, wow, you watched Cromwell yesterday? My brother watched it a week ago, and I watched it like 2 and a half, 3 weeks ago. Bro, tell me that that doesn't, you know, doesn't that strike you as odd that somehow the Puritans just like pop up? Like there's just like this crazy conservative religious fervor in England out of nowhere. And then like what that fucking king did to them, that treasonous shit, like, you know, like raising armies. I mean, it really is. The king really did set himself up against the people of England, and they were right to cut his head off, to put his head in a basket. They were right to. It was evil. It was downright underhanded and dirty. It was beneath a king. It was beneath a king what he did. It was. He did it out of desperation. He did it because he was a weak man. His wife, you know, henpecking him. You know, people constantly swaying him and him letting them sway him. It was a real Cromwell was a fucking badass movie. Richard Harris is he's such a good actor. I was watching The Wreck of Mary Dear last night with um Gary Cooper, Richard Harris, Charlton Heston. Fucking excellent movie. Really was. I really like Richard Harris. He was awesome in the Mutiny on the Bounty. It's fucking great. Now, you know, it's crazy. As a kid, I remember my mom telling me that Dumbledore was a really famous actor. Wasn't until I was like, you know, 16 or 18 that I realized that that was Richard Harris. And I was like, oh shit, that's Richard Harris. No way. That's the fucking big, broad shouldered Englishman with the red hair. And he was English Bob in what was that movie called? Unforgiven. He was English Bob, the gunman, you know, that little Bill pistol whips the shit out of him in the fucking main street, sends his ass packing. That was a good movie. Really was. You are a cowardly man. That's what he says to fucking Clint Eastwood. And he's like, I don't give a fuck what you think. Go fuck yourself. Was like, William Money, you are a cowardly man. He was a coward, is what he was. You know, he picked on people. You know, he used him and his thugs to fucking pick on people and to, you know, uh, bully people into. It was disgusting. You know, he was the coward. Oh yeah, my brother got into it too. We both did. Like I told him I was talking about it, and he has access to my LAN, you know, so he can get onto my server, my movie server, and so he watches movies that that I have collected, and he watched that one. Like that was like the first one he watched, and he found it really thought provoking actually, because you know I've talked to him a few times about it. Like he really went into reading about that time, you know, King Charles and what he had done. You know, and he was a Scotsman, King Charles. He was the Scottish king as well. That was after they had united the crowns. You know, the Stuarts, Charles Stuart. was Charles the First, Charles the Second, James the First. No, James the Second, I think. And then James the Second is deposed, and that's when you get the Scottish Jacobites, which is they were rightfully so pissed off that their king had been dethroned. He was the Scottish king as well as the English king, and they wanted they thought the Stuart was the rightful king of England, and of course they're going to advocate for their own people to be ruling. So it's like makes perfect sense. And I mean, I really like that, and what's his name? Uh, the guy who plays fucking Ben Kenobi. What's his name? Damn it! I believe I can't think of my favorite actors. Like I loved him in The Fall of Rome, the Bridge on the River Kwai. Uh, also Lawrence of Arabia, Alec Guinness, fucking Doctor Zhivago. He's such a good actor, and he was in Damn the Defiant with Dirk Bogarde. Such a good actor, man. He was fucking fire, bro. Something I liked about that period is that they fucking cast great actors that were white men as fucking ethnics. He played Prince Faisal, which was the king of fucking Jordan just a few years. Like, he his like great grandson is the king of Jordan now, Transjordan. Prince Faisal, Alec Guinness's character and fucking uh in Lawrence of Arabia. But he's such a good actor, Alec Guinness. He was great. He was awesome in the Star Wars. But he was I really liked him as Prince Faisal. He just did a really good job. And he was really good in Bridge on the River Kwai. Like he really able to bring that character of the English law and the English uh sense of honor, sense of duty. He was willing to uh to die over a point of law, a point of the Geneva Convention. He refused to send his officers to do work like a coolie. It's like I refuse. I'm not going to send my officer. He's like that's against the Geneva Convention specifically forbids officers from doing manual labor. Officers are their first and main goal is to lead men. It is not to work. It's to lead men. And and he was willing to die for that, and he was willing to sacrifice his officers for that same principle. But he ended up winning in the end. But it was very English. And then like because they had been ordered to surrender, he was saying, so we were ordered to surrender. So, it may be against the law for us to plan an escape. We were ordered to surrender. And William Holden's like, wait a second, you mean to uphold the law, to letter of the law, even if like, even if it leads to your death, like even if it, ends up in you dying. And he's like, without law, Major, would be chaos. And then he's like, but that's just my point. Out here in the wilderness, there is no law. And he goes, well, then we have the chance to introduce it. It's just like you can't argue with a guy like that. Like, he and William Holden even acknowledges that one of the guys underneath Alec Guinness's the officer is like, are we still going to try the escape, Commander Shears? And he's like, you heard your colonel. He said not to, and he goes, well, he didn't technically say not to. He's like, he only suggested. He goes, trust me, when your colonel suggests something, it's an order. Because that's basically what the colonel was saying. That's the end of it. Because he was like, uh, you know, we're going, without laws, there would be chaos. And he's like, but that's just my point. There is no law out here. And he's like, well, then, we have the chance to introduce it. That's him saying it. That's done. That's the end of the discussion. It's it. I outrank you. Shut your mouth. I love movies like that. They're made to make you think. They kind of give you a second to consider what it would be like to be in a different situation. Kind of give you an insight into the past. Because even if it's if it's a period piece, like those people didn't actually live back then, still though, there's going to it's still a window into the past, because they understand, the people that are in those old movies are from the past. You know what I mean? So you may not be able to pick up stuff about, the 1600s if the movie's about that era, but you can pick up stuff about the 40s and the 50s, and that's neat. I like that shit. That stuff is, like kind of getting to see how life was like at another period of time and comparing and contrasting. I don't know. I was just always enjoyed that. It's just something I really found just really interesting. I've always thought. Yeah, Alec Guinness, he's pretty fire. He's a great actor. He was, and so in that period of time of Cromwell, man, it's like the Puritans. They dressed really black and white, but then you see the noblemen, and it's just like in the Three Musketeers. They is the same era, where they wear those tunics and shit. They have the same rapiers that they used to stab the fencing swords. They stab with them. They're not for slicing; they're for stabbing. And but they wore the shoes with the heels and the fucking brass buckle on them, and then the pilgrim hats with the goofy mustaches and shit and the goatee. Yeah, it's just, and they have the canes, big old cane they walk around with. They have like little fucking frilly little handkerchief that they walk. You know, it's just such. I really like that stuff, especially when uh, costumes are really, because they Hollywood really took pride in a lot of that shit, and they would really not spare any expense on trappings, what the aesthetics of everything, because that make or break a movie. I mean, a good movie, it doesn't really matter, they can get it done with, they don't need clothes like that, but it can really make a movie like Robin Hood. The colorfulness of that movie, um, and the costumes that they really make that movie. They really make those movies. Same thing with that King Richard and his Crusaders, Don Juan. They really made those movies. I mean, because you're like kind of dazzled by what you're watching, and the story's good, the music's good, acting is good, the witty banter is good. It's all good. The fight scenes are good. You know, not every movie was like that, but a lot of the ones that they really went out all out on, and they went all out on the Don Juan and stuff, because that Captain Blood, it was black and white, but it did really good because it was an upbeat movie. It was funny. It had swashbuckling, and what's his name was in it. The same guy with Basil Rathbone. He played the bad guy in Captain Blood too. He played Captain Levasseur, French captain that teams up with uh, Errol Flynn, and then he kind of reprised the role, but as a Norman in Robin Hood. But like I said, they had great actors. Basil Rathbone was great in both of them. And I loved Basil Rathbone in the Sherlock Holmes movies too. I used to have uh Peterson pipes, and you've seen a Peterson pipe before. They're very distinct. They're like basically they're the de facto Irish pipes. I have a few. They're like, I was smoking one earlier. These are Petersons. They always have these ferrules, these metal ferrules, and they put the draft hole on the top so that the smoke doesn't burn your tongue. It makes the smoke go upward, because you call it tongue bite because there's scalding hot moisture in the smoke, and it will burn your fucking tongue. They call it, it sucks ass, man. It's not fun, but it will burn your fucking tongue. Here's another one. Like, this has a silver band barrel, but it's also got the P lip. That's what they're known for, is the P lip, kind of like their claim to fame. But like Sherlock Holmes smokes these in a couple of the movies, and they're in countless movies. These Petersons, they've been around since like the mid 1800s. They're really nice pipes, but Peterson, they came out with a Sherlock Holmes line in, I think, 88 or 89. Like couple years before I was born. They had one called the Baskerville, the Lestrade, which was the Scotland Yard detective. They had one called uh, the Dr. Watson, which I had that one, and I had that one. They had a Sherlock, Dr. Watson, a Lestrade. Had like 8 of them. The Baskerville, um, several. And anyway, I bought one, and it was brand new, and I had it for a year. I smoked it like 2 or 3 times, and then I put it back in its box, and then years later, I realized that it was from the first original line, and those were collectible as fuck, man. And I got it for a song and a dance on eBay. I sold it for double what I bought it for, and I smoked it. It was brand new when I bought it, and I sold it for double like 3 or 4 years later. I could when I realized because I noticed that the box was different. The box I had fucking like gold it had like a gold foil accents on a green box, and the modern ones didn't have the gold accents. And then I looked it up, and they only did that for like 2 years, 88 and 89, I think. And those, because it was 2 different lines. 88 was like 8 pipes, the Baskerville, the Sherlock, the Watson. And then the next year there was like 8 others, you know, like the name of the newspaper that carried, because Sherlock Holmes was a serial. It was in a magazine or in a newspaper once a week. It wasn't, you didn't just read the whole story, you read it piece by piece. And the newspaper that carried it, that was the name of one of the pipes, the real newspaper. And in the 88, it was the Watson and then the next year they had the second, so there were 16 total. They were collectible. And they even sold a shelf. Peterson sold a shelf, a wooden pipe holder that was shaped for each specific pipe, and they were all different shapes. Yeah, he does smoke a big. He does, in not the Basil Rathbone ones. He smokes Peterson pipes mostly. And what's really funny is Sherlock Holmes. You know where he keeps his tobacco? In a Persian slipper. Persian slipper. Isn't that weird? And it's in the book and everything. I read all the books or all the stories. And I have tried like the I actually had a calabash myself too. I got it for Song and a Dance. I probably have $2,000 in pipes. I just went crazy. And I had a calabash brand no, it wasn't brand new, but it was a K Woody. It was a gourd calabash with a real meerschaum bowl because it was a real block meerschaum bowl where somebody carved it out of one piece. Nowadays they press powder meerschaum. They press it and make a bowl. They're cheap garbage. But I had a calabash, a real one, and it was a K Woody, like most of mine are K Woodies, and it was from like the 30s. And there were 2 of them being sold on eBay, and because the guy sold them at the same time, they don't make as much money because when whichever one sells first, the people, whoever wants it gets it quickly, and the other people say, well, there's another one. I'm not gonna bid that one up. I'll wait on the other one. You know what I mean? They because there's another one that's gonna be ending soon. They don't go crazy on the first one. They actually hold to their limit. So the first one goes for, somebody gets that one. And then a lot of times, because they're selling 2, there just isn't enough people interested in 2. You know what I mean? There's usually only one person that wants it bad. And if there's 2, then they get it for half price basically. And that's what I did. It was like they usually went for 500. I got it for like $1. I couldn't believe it. I bought it for like 100, had it for like a year, and kind of was like, man, this is kind of cumbersome. Really, it's supposed to cool the smoke and dry it out, because it's got that gourd. It's supposed to make the smoke smooth and dry, but I just didn't like the way the smoke felt. I didn't like the way it felt in my mouth. It just didn't feel normal. I didn't like it. It felt stale. It felt stale. That's what I like a stale bong hit. Gross. Fucking gross, man. like clearing a bong after. Oh, bro, I'm about to throw up, dude. Fuck, that's so gross. And even yeah, I just wasn't into the calabash. Just wasn't my cup of tea. But I tell you what, that Watson, that shit was bad to the fucking bone, man. It was a nice pipe, but it was like I couldn't justify keeping it. It was like it was a collector's item. It was in perfect shape. It was mint. I felt so bad for smoking it though. I was like, damn it, why did I smoke that? Like, and I hesitated too. I didn't smoke it for like a year, man. Because I really don't like breaking in a pipe. I kind of like to keep them. You know, I only if it really has to, like this one. I was brand new. Like I really have to buy it with the intent of smoking it. You know, and it has to be like a shape that it has to be basically like a favorite. It has to be endearing to me. If it's not endearing. It's kind of like I'll hang on to it for a little while. I get tired of it, sell it. But I won't even smoke it. Get tired of it, sell it. And because I think of it as like an investment, sort of like an investment. Like, if I get a, I'll get a, if I get a good deal on it, I'll snag. This is years ago anyway. Get a good deal on it, I'll snag it, and then hang on to it to decide if I really want it or not. If it's really worth it to me, because you really haven't spent the money until you've used it. Because they do appreciate somewhat. You're not if you got it for a good deal, and it's because I have a good eye for that shit. I don't buy junk. You know what I'm saying? I know what people want to buy. I know what's valuable, what people find valuable, and so I always made money on them, always. Even if I did smoke them, and I've gotten so many. Because they're estate pipes. People buy these pipes 80, 100 years ago, put them in a drawer, and they forget about it or nothing ever happens to it, and then they die. Then people sell it. They put it on eBay. Boom. I mean, I've gotten multiple awesome meerschaums. Like I got a brand new fucking billiard K Woody. K Woody is actually they were the greatest American pipe maker of all time. You have Dunhill in England. You have Peterson in Ireland. You have K Woody in America. Dunhill. I have one Dunhill. It's an amazing pipe. And it's like 1967 sandblast shell briar. Oh my god, it's like a $400 fucking pipe. Somebody gave it to me. Good friend of mine gave it to me. $400 pipe, man. Gorgeous pipe. It's a great smoke. It's a big chunky billiard. It's sandblasted. It's rusticated. It's so nice. And I used to smoke it every day, man. You're only supposed to smoke a pipe once a day. You got to let the briar. You have to let it season. You have to let the tobacco juice get absorbed into the briar. Otherwise, it gurgles and shit if you smoke it twice in a day. Some pipes you can smoke twice in a day. Most you can't. What's cool about those K Woodies is uh they were making those bitches back in like 1918, 1920. And what's cool is you can date them because they changed their logos so often, and they had different brands that they would, lines of pipe that they would put out. Like there was yellow bowls that were made by K Woody. The parent company was KBB, and they used a little clover leaf as their symbol. But they made yellow bowl, which was known for they you didn't have to break the bowls in because they would coat the inside with supposedly honey. It was really like some kind of a yellow coating. Um, but when you break in a pipe, they're really harsh because you're fucking smoking wood. Basically, you have to build up a cake on the side so that it doesn't burn. Because you burn a hole, you'll scorch the inside of your pipe, damage it, kills the value. I'm losing my voice here. Fucking a. I don't think I've ever lost my voice. Not losing it, but it's falling out. But I really like pipes too. And what the cool thing about those K Woodies is they were actually the number one uh uh purchasers of Briar. They use the most Briar out of any company on the planet. And pipes, they didn't make them out of Briar until like the mid 1800s. First they made them out of clay. They were like a technology. Where first they're made out of clay, and I actually have a Peterson made out of clay. and they only made a few of those, or they were very, very rare, and they have the vulcanite stem and everything, but it's white. I've only smoked it a couple times. I paid a lot for it actually, but it was brand new. But they were considered they're collector's items because they broke easy. If you dropped it, that was it. It broke, because it's real brittle, white clay. And the old ones, like those long clay church wardens, those you'd buy it and they had such a long stem and you'd break the stem off that really they were pub lodge pipes or pub pipes. They'd put them up on a hook on the wall, and they would just be a community pipe. And every time somebody new grabbed the pipe, they would snap the tip off, and so they had a fresh tip that somebody didn't wasn't slobbering all over and shit. But that's why they made them so long. They made them, fucking long as shit, so that you could snap a little piece off. And that you didn't know that, did you? Because you see people smoking those pipes and they're small. Then you see them smoking these long, they're like a like an English gentleman or a nobleman or something, puffing on some clay pipe. But then they started using briar because, and briar is nothing but a root. It's a bramble in on the It's Mediterranean briar. It's a thorny ass fucking bush. It's a bramble bush. But they're only in arid rocky areas like Greece. There's Grecian briar, there's Algerian briar, I think there's Moroccan briar, there's Spanish briar, there's Italian briar, and they're all basically the same, but they're a little different, but it's all around the Mediterranean. And Algerian briar, um also Grecian briar, those are like the top ones, and and the ones that are Algerian briar, them shit says Algerian briar on it. They make sure to tell you. Same thing with Grecian briar. They tell, and then Italian briar will say Italian, and it doesn't say, it says briar as in Bruyer. That's how they say it in Italian. But it's the root ball. It's the root ball of a briar, and it's only where it's like almost like a desert. It's arid. There's not much water because that root ball is specifically made to be like a water keg or a canteen. It's where the plant stores its water. So that wood is super absorbent. That's why it's made. They used it to make pipes because it absorbs tobacco juice. And somebody, it was a technology. They were like, "Oh, if we use this material, it will make a sweeter smoke." Somebody invented that in the 1800s. I forget his name, but he came up with that. And he just started making pipes out of briar, and people liked him. And then they started abandoning the clay because the clay would burn you, and they broke. But when they started making those pipes, you can imagine the coastline of the Mediterranean had a shitload of root briar. Well, after about 100 years of pipe making, it was rare as a they were hen's teeth. They harvest them all. Or it's not that they harvested them all, but when they first started using them, they would get huge fucking root briars, ass burls, that they could make 20 pipes out of it, 40 pipes. And the bigger the root burl, the older it was, the more sweet the smoke. Well, and what they would do is they would buy those root briars and they would age them. They would put them up and age them, which is crazy to think, like a cheese or something, or an alcohol. That's what they did though. And K Woody, they say, had the greatest stockpile of aged briar. And their pipes are actually, no, that's why I collected their pipes. They were sleeper pipes. So everybody else is collecting these fucking expensive Dunhills and shit, spending $500 on a fucking 80-year-old pipe. I was like, no. They're selling K Woody pipes that are made with the same high quality briar. They bought their briar from the same people that Dunhill bought their briar from. And they were excellent craftsmen, and they were Americans. They were Americans, dude. And they were American style pipes too. Like the billiard pipe like you see in like the 1950s 1950s magazines with like the father and the grease slick back hair and the newspaper and the smoking jacket. Yeah, that's an American style pipe, the billiard. it's an American style. You can tell the ones that are American, they have kind of a muscular look to them. Whereas the English ones have they go for the more rough rustication. They're usually not smooth. And the American ones, they tend to be a little bit more flashy, I would say. And the English ones are almost like a little bit more like conservative. And they didn't really make as many shapes, and they weren't as flashy with, the certain things. But K Woody, they made really good pipes, and because they were so many, because they were the most, they bought the most briar because they sold so many and they were so prodigious, and they sold them in fucking pharmacies. They're drugstore pipes, a lot of them, but they were still made. They were $50 pipes, a lot of them. And what's cool is I have a bunch of catalogs, and I have some pipes that sold for, they were cheap back then, and they were made with the cheapest briar. And then I have some made by K Woody that were their top of the line pipes that were made for, they were for rich people. They were like $80 pipes, bro. People, bro, a regular guy not have no $80 for a fucking pipe, man. He spent like $4 on a pipe. You know what I mean? Like, and he would smoke one pipe. He'd only have one. Whereas these rich people, like there's some called there's a specific line called Rock Ambura, and they're the ones that have the orange bakelite stem, and they kind of have a burgundy stain. Those are made out of Italian briar, and they're really coveted because they have a bakelite stem. They're really cool looking, but they're really nice briar, and the shapes are really nice. But man, I tell you what, when I started collecting those K Woodies, within 5 years, they were selling for as much as the fucking Dunhills, bro. I must have two or 300 of those pipes, and I only got the good ones. I only bought the good shit. I know what good shit is. I do. I'm not a fucking sucker. I'm not a fool. My dad's the same way, man. He bought steals like he's good. He's maybe even better than I am. He's more patient than I am, I would say, and he has more money than me too. But, like I always got the good deals. And I also, knew when to say, hey, that's too much. I don't, I'm not, because there's always another pipe. There's always another one that's just as good, and I learned that after a year or two of collecting them. But I mean, I seriously have pipes coming out of my ears, man. I just have brand new pipes people gave me, gifted me on this channel, for this channel, because I did pipe tobacco, videos. And I would try out pipes and try out tobaccos and shit. It was fun, but it didn't profit me any. It was nice though. It was a kind of a learning experience, and also kind of a community thing too. And it's fun too. It's like I didn't smoke cigarettes for a long time because of that. And pipe tobacco, it's a hell of a lot cheaper. It's not as, you know cigarettes are so expensive because they're such a convenient, there's so much more convenient, so much more expensive. With a pipe, that's very deliberate. You got to have about an hour. If Unless it's a small pipe, a vest pipe or something, or a 10-minute smoke pipe. Most pipes, they go for, even the smaller ones usually go for about 45 minutes. That forces you to kind of slow down. You gotta get comfortable. And that's why I would read, I would watch movies, and I really liked old movies, and I would seek out movies where pipes were being smoked, like Sherlock Holmes. I know most of the movies with pipes in them. Pretty much seen them all. Something about that, just kind of, it's enjoyable to smoke a pipe while somebody else is, on the screen. And that fucking Persian slipper, man. I've kept my eyes peeled for a Persian slipper pipe pouch or tobacco pouch for years. Never did find one. I mean, even with Basil Rathbone, I think the first one with Count of the Baskervilles, the first or the second movie, you see him walk over to the mantle of his fireplace, and there it is. You know how those slippers where they curve at the front and they curve up? It's just like that, man. It looked like a slipper too, like a soft, kind of squishy, and like a slipper you would wear around the house or something. and he just picks it up and sticks his pipe in it and fucking stuffs his finger and sets it back down. And it had drawstrings on the top. The where the ankle of the high top or whatever had drawstrings, so you could close it. I fucking love that shit, man. I mean, I've looked for one of those forever, never could find one. And in the movies, the same, or in the books, same thing. When uh forget what's his name that wrote him, when he writes that's where Sherlock keeps his tobacco. And I was watching The Hound of Baskervilles the other day, and it occurred to me at the very end of that movie, he saves the young Baskerville, the young lord of the manor at the very end, and he catches the guy right then and there before he poisons the young man. And after once he catches him, they send him off, and he goes, and good night to you, Lord Baskerville. And I'm quite tired, and I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. And as he gets to the door, he turns around and he goes, Watson, the needle. And then the movie ends. And it occurred to me, I said, oh my God, Dr. Watson was fucking Sherlock's private drug dealer. That's insane, dude. This guy was his fucking drug dealer, man. Watson, the needle. Like, bro. And it took me a second to think about it. I'm like, whoa, wait a second. He had a long weekend, trying to solve this. And he was also a very, in the book, he was like I don't want to say anal retentive, but he was an anxious guy. He was not, or not that he was, he had a extremely sharp intellect. And it's kind of like, that's kind of the burden of genius is you'll go mad if you don't have an outlet. That's why he spent all this time like trying to get flies to respond to fucking chromatic scales on his violin and shit. Or like cataloging the different ashes from all the different fucking tobaccos around the world. Like straight up, dude. That's in the book. Like he really did do that. And in all the movies, even the modern one with Robert Downey Jr., there's a scene in the second one where he comes across Colonel Sebastian Moran where he shot or sniped a guy. He comes across where he had his where he set everything up, and he figures out where the guy or who it was that did it by the ash from the cigarette that he set down on the ledge. He goes, oh, he says, what kind of tobacco it was, and he goes, that was the kind you smoked in Afghanistan, right, Watson? And he's like, yeah, it was. He's like, that's Sebastian Moran. Watson's like, yeah, he was the greatest shot in the English army or the Indian army or something. But he was Professor Moriarty's favorite henchman. Is they're great characters. Great characters, man. Such, great English literature, truly. Truly. Colonel Sebastian Moran and Professor Moriarty, like truly villainous people. Thou art a villain. That's from Othello. Thou art a villain. But the Sherlock Holmes, that needle shit really fucking freaked me out. I was like, whoa, man. And then I mean, that really, Watson was a kept doctor. He was there to keep Holmes from going mad, to help Holmes deal with his overactive imagination. That's what he had, an overactive imagination. He was really good at figuring out criminals and what they, figuring out what they imagined. But yeah, Watson, the needle. And I'm thinking to myself, bro, that's crazy. But it was the 30s, 1939, I think. Bro, I think heroin might have not even have been fucking outlawed at that time, bro. And the average heroin addict, the heroin junkie was a fucking white housewife, bro. Because they snake oil salesmen. They sold that shit as a cure all for women's complaints, which is just a way of saying. And really, they would write everything on there: hysteria, and women's complaints I think was supposed to be like cramps and shit when they were on their period. But that's what they sold it as. Well, next thing you know, all the mothers are fucking hooked on heroin. And then, the US government said that that it was not only illegal to prescribe heroin as a prescription, but you also could not prescribe opiates merely to service an addiction. That would became illegal too, and that's what really did it. That was the what hurt. Which it's not that way anymore. They prescribe Suboxone and methadone, which is nothing more than opiates that are for maintaining physical addiction and chemical addiction. But yeah, they actually when they outlawed heroin, I think that's the same time they outlawed cocaine and marijuana. But when they outlawed heroin, they told the doctors not only is it outlawed, but you can't prescribe those people. You can't prescribe them opiates just because they'll withdraw without it. That's illegal, which is kind of crazy. Because who are they to tell a doctor what a doctor can do? What a doctor, an apothecary can what sort of mixtures they're allowed to give to their customers. Who the fuck is the government to just say that? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous when it was, I think it had something to do with Herbert Hoover, or no, Edgar Hoover. He was a scumbag. But it's getting pretty late, man. I've been going on for fuck 2 hours now. Man, it was clutch that Nick came through this evening. I enjoyed the show. It was nice. It was good pastime, hanging out with you guys and such. But if you guys haven't liked, I'd appreciate it if you could hit that, hook a boy up with a like. But I'm trying to get this fucking the channel memberships together, and but it's like I kind of want to get some content together too. I'm kind of gathering my thoughts and gathering ideas and and more or less figuring out what I'm actually gonna do, like what I'm gonna be, what I want it to be. And like I say, I'm pretty intentional, pretty deliberate. So, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it 110%, and I'm gonna, do it for the right reasons and aim for aim high. That way, even if I fall short, still get